Members, the Senate will come to order. We're on recess, so no calling of the roll. Please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Pastor Gene Getz, Chase Oaks Church in Plano, Texas. Members, Gene is, if not one of the greatest Bible teachers in the history of the country. He's a spry and young 93, and he's still preaching because the word retirement is not in the Bible. Pastor.
Shall we pray? Our Father who art in heaven, we come into your holy and divine presence. I'm indeed thankful for this distinguished body of legislators. Help them to represent well those who have entrusted them with the enormous task of fulfilling their role as senators in the state of Texas. We ask you to bestow upon each one divine guidance and wisdom as they perform their duties and responsibilities. Our Father, provide each one with good health, as well as protection for their families, particularly in their absence as they serve our broader community. And in view of the demands on their time, help each one to maintain their God-given priorities. Today we acknowledge the great admonition that comes from the pen of the Apostle Paul in Holy Writ. And thank you, our God, for the privilege of carrying out this great admonition written in the New Testament letter to Timothy, which reads, "First of all, then, I, the Apostle Paul, urge that petitions, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgivings be made for everyone and all those who are in authority, so that we may lead a tranquil and quiet life in all godliness and dignity. This is good, and it pleases God, our Savior. Amen."
Thank you, Pastor. You may be seated in the gallery. Senator Hagenbu has a resolution for Pastor Getz and his lovely wife. They've been married 69 years, members. So we're going to have them seated here. Members, the following resolution, Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 277 by Hagenbu and King, honoring Dr. Gene Getz for serving as chaplain of the day.
Senator Hagenbu, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege, along with Senator King, to recognize and do a resolution on Pastor Getz today. I want to mention his wife, Elaine, is here with him, 69 years, as the Lieutenant Governor said, and his wife, Rachel, his daughter, Renee, as well. Welcome. Glad to have you here today. Folks, I've known Dr. Getz for more than 30 years. He had a profound impact on my life. Actually, 31 years ago, I read his book, The Measure of a Man. I have a copy, which I'm going to give each of you actually here today. It helped influence me and my family to move to Texas, which is one of the best decisions we ever made in our lives. After moving here, we worshiped and grew as disciples for many years in Pastor Getz's church. When I started my company 19 years ago, I thought of the book, The Measure of a Man again, which draws principles from Titus and Timothy in the Bible, one of which is to build a good reputation. So I named the company Titus to remember it's really God's company and to strive to build a good reputation. I'm just one example of so many that God has blessed through Dr. Getz's books, churches, and radio ministry. He has written nearly 70 books, including his innovative multimedia study Bible, which he's brought a copy for each of you with your name engraved in it and a Texas seal. And the book I mentioned, The Measure of a Man, which has sold over 2 million copies. It's influenced so many men to step up to spiritual leadership at home and at work. Also, I got each of you a copy of that because it's excellent principles for any leader male or female. During Dr. Getz' study, teaching, and writing as a professor at Dallas Theological Seminary, God opened his eyes to what made the early church successful. Acts 2 teaches us it was not just a building, but the combination of Christian fellowship, mostly in homes, and the study of God's word together that made it successful. That led Pastor Getz to leave academia and plant his first church in 1972, the original Fellowship Bible Church in Dallas. Following this, his efforts and philosophy contributed to the growth of the movement. Within 5 years, the initial church planted 6 more churches in the Dallas area. And these aren't small churches, these are mega churches, one of which was Oak Cliff Bible Fellowship, which started by Dr. Tony Evans, who many of you may have heard of before. And he was one of Dr. Getz's early students at DTS. Over time, this movement expanded significantly. Today, hundreds of Fellowship Bible churches exist across the United States. At least 300 churches trace their roots directly back to Pastor Getz's church planting efforts and the fellowship model he established. In the Dallas Metroplex alone, there are 12 churches serving roughly 30,000 worshipers directly linked to his influence. Dr. Getz's materials and training programs have been used for over 100,000 pastors and church leaders across the world. Only God knows how many hundreds of churches and tens of thousands of disciples have grown out of Pastor Getz's efforts across the globe. I don't know anyone in modern time who has followed Paul's pattern of planting churches and Jesus' great commandment to go and make disciples more faithfully and through whom God has yielded more fruit than Pastor Getz. Gene, I know it was your 93rd birthday just last Saturday. Happy birthday and many more. No doubt, though, one day you will receive the highest honor imaginable, a well done and good and faithful servant from the Father himself. But today we celebrate you on the Texas Capitol and thank you for your life of service and for how you've brought glory on our Lord. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator King on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Gene and I had never met until about 6 years ago, and I heard him speak, and he was talking about this Bible project he had been working on. It took him 7 years to complete it. He started it in 2005, and I call it a study Bible for the digital age. And so I remember telling my wife, I said, I think I'll get one of those. And of course, being a guy, I just forgot about it. And then on my birthday, a few months later, in February of 2000 and whatever it was, 2001, she got one for my birthday. And it has these QR codes. As he developed this, he divided the Bible into 1,500 principles. And as you read through the book, and I just started Haggai today, Doctor, and as you read through a book, you'll see a QR code embedded. And after you read whatever the passage is for that day, then you hold your phone up to it, and it pulls up one of those 1,500 videos, the one that talks about what you just read. And I started doing that, and I have done that almost without exception 6 days a week since Terry got me the Bible, and I'm almost through with the whole thing, all 1,500. It's been a great experience, but the most important thing I wanted to say is that Dr. Getz brought with him for each of you today one of the Bibles, and it has the Texas seal on it and your name and Senator on it engrossed on front. And there in the back hall, you can pick it up sometime today. Also, he brought a copy of his book, The Measure of a Man, which Senator Hagenbu mentioned. It's had, I think, 2 million copies printed. For men, it's for all of us, and ladies, you can give it to your husband or your son or whoever it is that you think needs fixing. Give this to them. And but there's a copy of the book for you as well. And so, Dr. Getz, you've made a tremendous impact in my life, and we've got to be good friends over recent years, and we're just so honored that to get to honor you today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hall on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator King, for what you had to say. You took away about 2/3 of what I was going to say, but of all the people we have come here, This is one of the most impressive moments for me to actually finally see in person Gene Getz. See, I visited with him. I got the book. Scott Wall provided a copy to us a couple of years ago. And you're right, it's divided into about 1,500 parts, very digestible. And I made a commitment a while back that I was going to cover one of those lessons every day. And I'm almost to the halfway point now, every day in there. And it's the absolute best way I have ever seen to actually read and understand what's in the Bible. You read the passage, you read a description, and if that doesn't get to you, then you click on the QR code and he explains it to you in simple terms that even I can understand. And so this is fantastic. I can't thank you enough for what you did. And your book, The Measure of Man, I've been giving that to people now. I think it's one of the best books I ever read to get people to take a real assessment of themselves and see where they are. Or you might want to read it for somebody else. But it's just a true honor. Thank you for being here. Thank you for what you've done. And I can't wait to get my second version of the Bible. God bless you for what you do.
Thank you, Senator. Senator West, on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and Senator Hinojosa, thank you very much for bringing this resolution. The fact is that I'm not going to sit and say that I know Pastor Getz, but I guess I know him indirectly. Let me put it that way. A very dear friend of mine, a neighbor. One of the first churches I attended when I moved back from law school to Dallas was Tony Evans' church. I know about your relationship with him and your teachings that he was able to take and frankly pass on to thousands of other people throughout the United States, throughout the world. So I just wanted to make certain that I stood up and say thank you for making certain that you taught Tony Evans some of the best that he's been able to make certain he provides to other persons as it relates to our Bible. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senator Hagenbuch, thank you for bringing this resolution. Thank you for bringing Dr. Getz. It's all been said well. I just want to share one thing. Many people here I know read their Bibles and know them better than I do, and many people back home watching may be aware of this as well. But the Bible talks about spiritual gifts and how everyone who's put their faith in Christ, every born-again believer has spiritual gifts. And also, there's a passage where these gifts are people who were given to the church. And this is in Ephesians chapter 4, just briefly. It says, and he, speaking of God, and he gave some to be apostles, some prophets, some evangelists, some pastors and teachers for the equipping of the saints, for the work of the ministry, for the edifying of the body of Christ. And it goes on to talk about these individuals who God has given to us. And we have the honor of being with one today who God has given to us as a gifted teacher, a humble man who loves God and loves God's word and has just given of himself, he and his wife. And so it's all been said well, but let me just say one more thing. The Bible that we've been talking about, every member of the Senate has been given one. That's a real pleasure for us. But for anyone who is watching or listening to this, I just cannot commend this to you enough. It's the Life Essential Study Bible. I don't get a commission off of this. I have nothing to do with that. But as you're reading a passage, if you have questions about the passage, you open your phone and you click a QR code, and it takes you right to a video with Dr. Getz explaining that passage. It's all been said so well before, but I cannot stress enough how helpful how wonderful this is. Dr. Getz, Mrs. Getz, we thank the Lord for you, and we're so glad you're here. And Senator, thank you for bringing this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
So, Pastor, your heart will glow to know that yesterday we passed a bill on this floor, bipartisan, to put prayer back in public school. And later today, we will pass a bill to put the 10 Commandments in our schools. Thank you for a lifetime of serving the Lord. This is a Christ-centered legislative body, and we're honored to have you here today. So we wish you the best. 69 years, as I mentioned to them earlier, my 50th is this year. I thought that was a lot. 69. That's just a remarkable marriage. So, again, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for the kingdom and just for fellow citizens who needed a hand up and to be uplifted at the right time. So thank you very much. Members, let's stand in honor to recognize this resolution. All in favor? Resolution is adopted. Thank you, Senator Hagenbu and Senator King.
Members, if you can take your seats, we have another important resolution. If we can have your attention, you have some order. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 281 by Zaffarini. Whereas the Senate of the State of Texas is pleased to recognize Bishop James Anthony Tamayo on his years of outstanding service as Bishop of the Diocese of Laredo and in honor of the 25th anniversary of the diocese. And whereas in 2000, Pope John Paul II appointed Bishop James Anthony Tamayo to guide the newly created Diocese of Laredo to meet the unique pastoral needs of South Texas. Prior to this appointment, Bishop Tamayo faithfully ministered to parishes in the area as the first Episcopal Vicar of the Western Vicariate of the Diocese of Corpus Christi, and he was appointed Auxiliary Bishop of the Diocese of Galveston-Houston in 1993 and served diligently in this role until his installation as Bishop in Laredo. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the State of Texas 89th Legislature hereby commend Bishop James Anthony Tamayo on his exemplary leadership of the Diocese of Laredo throughout its 25-year history and extend to the many clergy and faithful parishioners of the diocese best wishes for the future and for a memorable 25th anniversary celebration.
The Chair recognizes Senator Dean Zaffarini on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, it is my pleasure to author Senate Resolution 281, recognizing Bishop James Anthony Tamayo for his unwavering commitment to faith and community. He is the founding bishop of the Diocese of Laredo and has dedicated 25 years of service to the parishioners of this diocese. Bishop Tamayo's religion journey began with his ordination as a priest in 1976, setting him on a lifelong path of service in the Catholic Church. His commitment to education, social services, and charitable initiatives has enriched the lives of many, and sharing the diocese remains a pillar of support for South Texas families. Beyond his pastoral duties, Bishop Tamayo has built strong partnerships among the church, community leaders, and civic organizations to serve those most in need. His ability to unite communities and uplift others reflects his dedication to the well-being of all. I first met Bishop Tamayo when he was a young priest assigned to my parish, Blessed Sacrament Catholic Church. My son, Carlos Jr., was an altar boy under his direction, and little did we know then that he would return to Austin one day to baptize my first grandson, Carlos's firstborn. It has been my pleasure to see him grow spiritually and personally to become our bishop. Bishop Tamayo's impact extends far beyond the walls of the church. His leadership, compassion, and advocacy have transformed lives and strengthened communities. May his decades of service continue to inspire us all, especially as we celebrate the 25th anniversary of our diocese. There are members of the diocese who are in the gallery. I don't believe they're together because they could not come in as a group. There were so many people there. But would they please rise and be recognized? Members of the Diocese of Laredo, please rise and be recognized. Mr. President, I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Zaffarini, for this wonderful resolution commending the leadership of Bishop Tamayo. I just want to point out that at one time in South Texas, the bishop and was up in Corpus Christi. We had the what's proper description where the diocese was in Corpus Christi only, and covered up to Laredo. But now we have two dioceses, one in Corpus Christi and one in Laredo. So we have fond memories of what the work that was done, and we still work together, cooperate together. And for us, we just want to thank you for your leadership, the faith that you've given our families. And it's so important that just not only do you work within the church, but outside the church, have an impact on our communities for the betterment of our lives and our families. But thank you so much, Bishop Tamayo, for your leadership and the work you've done, not only for Laredo and South Texas, but the whole state of Texas. Gracias.
Chair recognizes Senator Alvarado on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Zaffarini, Dean, thank you for bringing this forward. I have to say, though, I'm jealous because we miss Bishop Tamayo in Houston. You were so involved in the community, and you were very instrumental when we did back then it was the 2000 census, I believe. And you served as one of the leaders of the group under the administration of Mayor Lee Brown, and having your presence and your input made people comfortable in responding to the census. So he left his trademark in so many ways, and your legacy will carry on some great memories for a long time. I miss you, and as I said to you earlier, I said you made my day. I have a very soft place in my heart for you, and congratulations. Thank you and welcome.
Chair recognizes Senator Dean Zaffarini to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you can hear from the comments what a special bishop Bishop Tamayo is. He is not only a leader in the church and a leader in our community, but he is a friend of many. He's been to my home countless Christmas Eves to enjoy our family gatherings because we consider him a family, and he was in my home only last month. So there are so many families who feel the same way and have that kind of relationship with him. And when the bishop of your diocese comes to your home, to the homes of many parishioners, you know that you are talking about a truly special person. Now, Senator Hinojosa, perhaps it was because when I grew up, we were a member of the Diocese of Corpus Christi, and the bishop was so far away, it wasn't until Bishop James Tamayo was named that we realized, the little ones realized, that the bishop was not someone who came to Laredo once a year for confirmation so the children of Laredo could line up and genuflect and kiss his ring. Now we have a real bishop where he's our own. He's a leader of the church and a friend of our families, and children just love him as much as the adults do. Thank you, Bishop Tamayo, for being such a special leader, such a special friend. You are a blessing, my dear. You really are. Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 265 by King et al., recognizing March 21st, 2025 as World Down Syndrome Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator King on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, today, Texas is joining states and nations around the globe to recognize World Down Syndrome Day.
Members, can we have some order so Senator King can lay out his resolution? Thank you.
And I will tell you that I have two grandchildren that each have Downs, and they are very appropriately named Sunshine and Joy. And we were going to have Joy here today. She's the older one, but family things just couldn't get it worked out. But nonetheless, it is also, we celebrate Down Syndrome Day with it being Crazy Sock Day. So you should have had, I'm going to try to make this work. I wore really loose pants today. You should have a pair of Crazy Socks delivered to your office. And Mr. President, I want you to know I did check Senator Hagenbu's new set of rules he was given yesterday, and there's no rule prohibiting being sock-ridden only on the Senate floor. So with that, the theme for the 2025 is Improve Our Support Systems, which call on governments across the world to ensure that people with disabilities have an adequate support system so they are included in the community. Members, I want to thank all of you for signing on as joint authors of this resolution. This means a great deal to me and to our guests today, and demonstrates your commitment to support our fellow Texans with Down syndrome. We have friends in the gallery here today, and I would like to ask that for each of you to stand. If you're here to celebrate World Down Syndrome Day, please stand to be recognized. And our friends here in blue, and welcome to the Texas Capitol. We're also honored to have two representatives from the Down Syndrome Partnership of North Texas here on the floor with me today. Kim Smiley is the Executive Director of the Down Syndrome Partnership of North Texas, and Lauren Fairchild is the Program Director. Lauren works full-time at the Down Syndrome Partnership of North Texas to raise awareness of the potential of all people with Down syndrome. We're also joined today by representatives of so many great organizations: the Down Syndrome Partnership of North Texas, the Down Syndrome Partnership of Central Texas, the Down Syndrome Association of Houston, the Association of South Texas, the Down Syndrome Guild of Dallas, the El Paso Community Foundation, Gigi's Playhouse of El Paso, Gigi's Playhouse of Sugar Land, the Rio Grande Valley Down Syndrome Association, and the ARC of Greater Beaumont. And with that, members, I would move adoption.
Chair recognizes Senator Menendez on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to thank Senator King for bringing Senate Resolution 265. It is so important, in my opinion, for Texas to participate in World Down Syndrome Day and recognize the abilities of individuals with Down syndrome. In order to create more opportunities for everyone, we must first understand the struggles and the barriers that each individual face in their everyday lives. World Down Syndrome Day has brought to light these barriers and has helped individuals with Down syndrome do things like many of us take for granted: obtain jobs, live independently, obtain quality education, and better health insurance. It is my experience that many folks with Down syndrome are some of the kindest, some of the funniest, most tenacious people you'll ever get a chance to meet. And as we become more inclusive and supportive as a society, we are seeing models, actors, athletes with Down syndrome who are thriving and doing incredible things. I want to thank you again, Senator King. I want to thank everyone for signing on. I want to thank my constituents for coming up and bringing their son Dante, who did a wonderful job this morning. I want to thank the doctor, and I enjoyed meeting you and hearing about the needs for us to do more to reduce the wait times for needs for syndromes. We need to do that, and we need more to improve what we can in terms of our idea and all of the, hi Dante, good to see you, and everything we can to make sure that you receive all of the therapies and all of the needs that you can so that you can fulfill your God-given potential. Thank you, Mr. President, thank you, members, and thank you, Senator King, for bringing this forward.
Chair recognizes Senator King to close on the resolution.
Thank you, members, and move adoption.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo for recognition.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and members. Today, I have a special gallery recognition, an announced delegation of the city of Palmview, which is Palmview Day here at the state capitol. Palmview is located in southern Hidalgo County in the Rio Grande Valley. It traces roots back to the town of Mammy, established in 1904, and actually it was a railroad stop, and that's when the railroad used to come down to the Rio Grande Valley. The city was officially established in 1972 through the efforts of local residents. Palmview has experienced significant growth and now has over 1,600 residents. The city is located between central Hidalgo County and Starr County, which has contributed to the expansion and the creation of new business opportunities. The city is home to engaged citizens and government officials working together for a better future for Palmview and its residents. Up on the southeast side of the gallery, we have from the city of Palmview, join us, Benito Hernandez, the Mayor Pro Tem. Could you please stand up when I call your name? We have Javier Ramirez, Councilman for Palmview. We have Cesar Peña, Jr., Councilman from Palmview. And we also have Alejandra Flores, Council Member. And we have Michael Leo, the City Manager, comes from the famous Leo family up from La Jolla. And we also have Irma Garza, Chief of Staff, Jerry Alanis, Fire Chief, and Jose Trevino, the Chief of Police. Members, please help me welcome this delegation from the city of Palmview to the state capitol today, Palm Day City Day.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 261 by Hall and Birdwell, recognizing March 19, 2025 as Ellis County Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Hall on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I rise today to welcome my special guest this morning from Ellis County. Stand up, Ellis County. Be recognized. All right. Ellis County was established on December 20th, 1849, and organized in 1850. Ellis County bears the name of Richard Ellis, a framer for the Texas Declaration of Independence. Ellis County's past shines through landmarks like the Ellis County Courthouse, Chacotacot Auditorium, and the Nicholas P. Sims Library, founded in 1905, which stands as Waxahachie's oldest public institutions. Events enliven the county's calendar all year round. The Scarborough Renaissance Festival in Waxahachie draws thousands, recreating 16th century England. Ennis's Bluebonnet Festival celebrates Texas state flower each April, and while the Gingerbread Trail showcases Victorian homes in June, the Texas County Reporter Festival in October honors rural heritage, and Waxahachie's Chamber, with over 500 members, ties tourism to its Gingerbread City frame. Ennis's Chamber drives the Bluebonnet Festival, and Red Oak supports growth along I-35E. Join me today and help me welcome my constituents from Ellis County, including leadership, Ellis County Chair Wandaria Payne, Ennis Chamber President, CEO Jeffrey Williams, Waxahachie Chamber President, CEO Kevin Strength, and Dallas County Judge Todd Little, Mayor of Waxahachie Billy Wallace, and Mayor of Ennis Cameron Rayburn, Mayor of Glen Heights Sonia Brown, and the Ennis Leadership Class of 2025. Thank you for being here.
Chair recognizes Senator Birdwell on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hall, for bringing this. For those that may not know, we get a certain allocation of gallery introductions, and I have more counties than Senator Hall, so he's bringing this forward, and I get to be his supporting effort. Thank you guys for coming out today, Judge Little, your entire team. It's been great to have Ellis County for the last 15 years in the district. And now you have 2 senators watching out for you instead of 1, and which is a great thing. So God bless you. Safe travels back to Ellis County. I'll see you tonight for the reception. Hooah. Great to have you in the district.
Chair recognizes Senator Hall to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 286 by Birdwell, recognizing March 19, 2025 as Hill County Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Birdwell on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, today is Hill County Day at the state capitol. Hill County was established in 1853 and is named after George Washington Hill, who served as a member of the Republic of Texas President Sam Houston's cabinet. The county seat is Hillsboro, which is home to the 66th District Court and the Hill County Courthouse. The courthouse was built in 1890 and features floorboards obtained from our state capitol. Hill County's city of Abbott is the birthplace of our legendary singer and guitarist Willie Nelson, and Hill College offers the area opportunities for higher education and is home to the Texas Heritage Museum. The museum has pieces from the Texas Republic to the Vietnam War and features the official State Medal of Honor memorial to native-born Texans. Residents and visitors of Hill County can enjoy its antique stores and museums, and anglers will participate annually in Lake Whitney State Park and Aquila Lake, which feature bass, crappie, and catfish. But like in most of my circumstances, they don't bite for me, Mr. President, but it's still great fishing. Let me recognize some of the members of the Hill County delegation with us. Janice Sanders, Mayor of Whitney. Megan Henderson, the Hillsboro City Manager. Jessica True, the Executive Director of Hillsboro's Economic Development Corporation. Lynette Harold, Executive Director of the Hillsboro Area Chamber of Commerce. Eugene Fulton, Director of the Greater Hubbard Chamber of Commerce, and other folks that are with us that are up in the corner. Please stand and rise and be recognized. Welcome to your state capitol for Hill County Day.
Chair recognizes
I move
Senator
adoption,
Birdwell.
Mr. President.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Huffman to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President. Member, it's my honor to welcome our Doctor of the Day, Dr. Uchenna Jones Conley, to the Senate chamber. Dr. Jones Conley earned her medical degree from Wright State University School of Medicine and completed her residency at the University of Texas, Houston. Driven by a passion for eliminating healthcare disparities, Dr. Jones Conley chose to practice family medicine to provide care for disadvantaged and underserved populations. Please join me, members, in welcoming Dr. Uchenna Jones Conley to the Senate floor this morning. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Miles for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Members, today we are joined by several groups from across our state of Texas for the Texas Legislative Black Caucus Advocacy Day. This week, TLBC has brought together several organizations from across Texas, the 2 impactful days of advocacy, networking, and policy discussion. This event unites legislators, community leaders, business executives, and advocates to address key issues affecting black communities in Texas, like improving public health, criminal justice, and reform DEI. I would like to personally welcome the following delegation. The African American Methodist Episcopal Church. Would the following people please stand? Bishop Ronnie Elijah Braisford, would you please stand? He is the big poobah, the bishop of the 10th Episcopal District. Hosting President, Elder Pamela Rivera from Austin, Texas Capital District. Would you please stand, ma'am? And Carl Davis, my good friend, General Board Member. Where you at, Carl? As well as the Houston Lawyers Association, Tracy Gibson is president. Tracy? Okie doke. And advocacy co-chair Adrena Ivory, John Hulin Blunt, Cortland Whitcliffe. You all stand? And as a lifetime member of the Houston Black American Democrats, I would like to welcome all of the members joining us today, as well as including Shamir Bowie, our HBAD president, and Joy Dawson Thomas, our parliamentarian. Please stand, Joy. Members, please help me in welcoming the all delegation of who are celebrating Texas Legislative Black Caucus Advocacy Day here at the Capitol. Thank you all.
Chair recognizes Senator West on the recognition.
Mr. President, members, Senator Miles, I'd be remiss if I didn't say a couple of things, given that my second home is Houston, and U of H is my law school. As you go around the Capitol today, as I've told many of you, you don't need to come to my office. And you know why I said that? If you're here down here for advocacy, make certain you go to some of these other senators' offices, specifically in education, is that right, Senator Miles? Criminal justice, health and human services, economic development, and make certain you may or may not get an opportunity to talk directly to the senators, because all of us are busy going to different committees, but make certain you talk not just to the receptionists, make sure you're talking to a policy person, letting them know that you are a member, that you live within that senatorial district, and what your input is as it relates to the particular issues that they have jurisdiction over. You got that? Did y'all get that? Okay, and so if you're really coming down here to be an advocate, go to the senator's office that your resident is in, and make certain you talk to someone other than the receptionist. If you can talk to the senator, fine, but make certain you talk to someone that has jurisdiction in that office over the particular policy area. I understand, Bishop, the role that the AME Church has played throughout history. And so make certain that as you go about the advocacy, lawyers, that you make certain that that history is known. Senator Miles, thank you very much.
President, I'd also like to recognize the Houston chapter of NAACP, my sister Yolanda Smith, the executive director. Are you up there? Y'all up there? Stand up, Yolanda. Yeah? No? Okay. Houston NAACP is also in the house today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator Miles, and welcome. Chair recognizes Senator Johnson for recognition.
Thank you, members. Today is Texas Small Business Development Center Day, and join us in the gallery are members of the Texas Small Business Development Center Network. Are you here? They are here. Small business being the backbone of this state, the Texas Network encompasses 4 lead offices at universities and colleges across the state and over 40 field and specialty centers in urban and rural areas, including the University of Texas at San Antonio, the University of Houston, Texas Tech University, and Dallas College, all proudly part of the Texas Small Business Development Center Network. Please join me in recognizing them and welcoming the SBDC members to the Texas Senate. Welcome to your state Senate. Members, I move adoption.
Welcome to all. Thank you, Senator Johnson. Chair recognizes Senator Hughes for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm so pleased to have friends here from Rusk County, and I'm going to ask our friends in the Northeast Gallery to rise while I talk about them and Rusk County. Rusk County, of course, named after Thomas Jefferson Rusk, and if you want to look just to the right of our delegation, you'll see his portrait, which hangs here for good reason. Thomas Jefferson Rusk, of course, the signer of the Declaration of Independence, conspicuous bravery at the Battle of San Jacinto, Commander-in-Chief of the Texas Army, Secretary of War for the Republic of Texas, U.S. Senator. We could go on about him. And the people of Rusk County are known for their conspicuous bravery, for their patriotism, for their service. The county has a proud legacy, and it's steeped in the history of our state and also its small-town values. Also a really beautiful place, great natural resources, and a growing a thriving industrial presence. The county seat of Henderson is a beautiful town where I used to live. I was so pleased to be there. Henderson, Rusk County is also the home of former Governor Mark White, known to many in this room and known to Texans. The Rusk County Courthouse is a beautiful example of early 20th century architecture, and it's listed on the National Register of Historic Places, only one of many. As you know, Texas history in many ways began in East Texas, and that is evident all over Rusk County. In 1930, when the East Texas oil field was discovered near Kilgore in Rusk County, the largest oil reserve in the United States, and you'll well remember, and you've read how in World War II, the Allies floated to victory on a sea of East Texas oil. Well, that's Rusk County we're talking about. And of course, that transformed us into an economic powerhouse. Today, we continue to thrive with this legacy of economic resilience, diverse industries, oil, manufacturing, agriculture. So I want to welcome our friends and point out a couple of our leaders in particular. Our Honorable Rusk County Judge Joel Hale is with us, City Manager Jay Abercrombie, Honorable Mayor Henry Pace, Bonnie Getty, tireless leader of the Henderson Area Chamber of Commerce, tireless, fearless, Brent Gardella, Michael Marshall with the Henderson Economic Development Corp., John Cloutier, many people I could go on and introduce to you that I've known for a long time. I'm proud to represent. So will you join me in welcoming our friends from Rusk County? Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Nueces for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Today is San Patricio County Day, and it is my distinct pleasure to extend a warm welcome to the esteemed delegation from San Patricio County here at the state capitol. It fills me with great excitement to observe the remarkable growth taking place within their community, with even greater advancements on the horizon, from the introduction of new industries to the broadening of opportunities. Great people of San Patricio County are truly making a significant impact, and today we celebrate that tremendous progress alongside of all of them here today. Your unwavering dedication and visionary efforts are not only shaping the future of your county, but they are also contributing to the continued success of our great state. I eagerly anticipate what lies ahead and look forward to working together to sustain this forward momentum. And as I call your name, please rise and be recognized. Judge David Krebs, our county judge. County Commissioners Tom Yardley, Ski Zargorski, and Ruben Gonzalez. County Clerk Gracie Gonzalez. County Treasurer April Garcia. Mayor of Mathis, Siri Villarreal. Mayor of Aransas Pass, Ram Gomez. Mayor of Portland, Kathy Scarrow. Portland Council members Bill Wilson and Troy Bethel. And Gregory Portland ISD trustees Carrie Gregory and Laura DeLuna, welcome to your state capitol.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. Chair recognizes Senator West for recognition.
Mr. President and members, thank you very much. I rise to acknowledge a powerful force in District 23, a group of chambers that I can always depend on to give me input into my decision-making process, the best Southwest partnership and leadership, Southwest class of 2025. That's right, that's exactly right. In a cooperative effort among the communities of Cedar Hill, DeSoto, let's see, Duncanville. And members, Duncanville just won the state basketball championship again. Lancaster, with associate partnerships with the cities of Ferris, Glen Heights, Hutchins, Midlothian, Ovilla, Red Oak, and Wilma. You see, members, they have a common theme, and that common theme is that we're all in this together. And so they're going to be here with our different mayors and the leadership of the Best Southwest. And let me just ask them to raise their hands at this time. The Leadership Southwest Chair is Al Hernandez. Al, raise your hand. All right, Al, I can't see your hand, but that's okay. We have the chair of the Best Southwest is Mayor Carrie Gordon from the city of Balch Springs. Carrie, there she is. We also have the chair-elect, the mayor from the great city of Lancaster, Clyde Harrison. Clyde? And he keeps saying he can play dominoes. For some reason, he won't play me the dominoes, but that's just different. And our good friend Kenneth Govan, who is the Legislative Affairs Chair. Kenneth Govan, give him a hand. And the executive director is Amanda Skinner, who's been there forever. Amanda, where are you? Thank you, Amanda, for all you do. And again, we have the mayors from the cities of Cedar Hill. Steve Mason. Steve. Glen Heights, and who is Sonia Brown. Sonia, there's, all right. And if I missed any of the mayors, don't take it out against me. When I come back home, I just made a mistake, okay? But members, let's welcome the communities from Best Southwest and the Best Southwest Partnership to their state senate.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized for.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator West, for bringing this. We've done some things with Best Southwest in the past at the Midlothian Conference Center. Most of the organizations are in Dallas County, but we're happy in Ellis County to be a part of that organization. A special thanks to Amanda. We had to contact Amanda and let her know that I've got 3 other county days going on today, and there's all kinds of stuff. So congratulations. Thank you all for being here today, for all the great stuff that you guys do. Thank you, Amanda, for your assistance. God bless you all for being here at your state capitol today. Hooah!
Thank you, Senator West. Chair lays out the following resolutions. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 276 by Campbell, celebrating the 125th anniversary of Sonora Bank.
Chair recognizes Senator Campbell on the resolution.
Members, we know that community banks are essential to ensuring that small businesses have easy and affordable access to capital that they need to grow and prosper. Today, I have 2 people with me who are responsible for the wonderful leadership of the Sonora Bank, who were celebrating their 125th anniversary. Would Bob Malone and Bisa Martin stand? Thank you. For 125 years, Sonora Bank has exemplified the principle of providing affordable capital to help small businesses grow, providing financial services that support our local businesses while remaining deeply committed and connected to our communities that it serves. Since its founding in 1900, the bank has supported local farmers, ranchers, small businesses, and families, as well as adapting to the region's changing needs while upholding its core values of trust and integrity. Sonora Bank's history is one of resilience and responsible leadership. Today, it continues to foster financial growth and strengthen communities through its philanthropic and civic leader partners. As we commemorate this 125th anniversary, this milestone, we want to honor two outstanding leaders whose guidance has shaped Sonora Bank's success. I have standing the president and chair of the board, Bob Malone, as well as board director, Bisa Martin. Your leadership and dedication exemplify the values that have made Sonora Bank stay strong and a pillar of trust for 125 years. I ask that you recognize these outstanding leaders with me and recognize their contributions and help celebrate this incredible milestone. Thank you very much for being with us.
Chair recognizes Senator Campbell to close on the resolution.
With that, Mr. President, I move adoption to Senate Resolution 276 in honor of celebrating the 125th anniversary of Sonora Bank.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. Resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 293 by Alvarado, commemorating the 143rd anniversary of the birth of Minnie Fisher Cunningham.
Chair recognizes Senator Alvarado on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, did y'all know that women were voting in Texas before the ratification of the 19th Amendment? Not only were they voting, but their vote was decisive in electing a governor of Texas. Following Governor James "Pa" Ferguson's impeachment and removal from office in 1917, the legislature barred him from ever holding office again. Not one to take that line down, Ferguson brushed the legislature aside and joined the 1918 race for governor anyway. William Hobby, then lieutenant governor, was elevated to governor and also joined the race to win a full term as governor. Now, this is where Minnie Fisher Cunningham saw an opportunity. A native of New Waverly and the daughter of a state legislator, Minnie was the founder and president of the Texas Equal Suffrage Association. She approached Governor Hobby with a proposal. If he could get a primary suffrage bill passed, she would deliver him the woman's vote and the election. Governor Hobby came through on his end of the deal, and Minnie did too. 300,000 women were registered, and they voted for the first time in that 1918 primary. They defeated the vehemently anti-suffrage Ferguson handedly. Minnie's story doesn't end here. She was instrumental in lobbying President Woodrow Wilson to support the 19th Amendment and making Texas the first Southern state to ratify it. She was the founder of the League of Women Voters, a successful champion of the nation's first maternal and child health programs, a founder of the Texas Observer, and one of the first American women to pursue a career in party politics with her 2 campaigns for statewide office in Texas. Minnie died in 1964 at her family's farm in New Waverly, but her accomplishments can be seen throughout the country even today. We don't talk enough about Minnie Fisher here in Austin or even in this building, but we should. She changed our state and our politics forever. She is up there with some other Texas trailblazers we all know, respect, and love, like Barbara Jordan and Ann Richards. Members, join me in recognizing Minnie on her birthday today, March the 19th. Like the 19th Amendment. And I also want to say that this year marks the 100 years ago that Margie Neal was elected to the Senate, the first woman to serve in this chamber. I also want to thank Jeremy Wallace with the Houston Chronicle, who approached me about Ms. Fisher, and I know he's been doing some stuff on a podcast and talking about her story. Members, please help me in recognizing Minnie on her birthday today. I believe that all female senators' names should be added to this resolution. On second thought, everybody's name should be added to this. But yes, I agree with Senator Paxton. First the women, and then you guys can join. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Eckhart, you recognized.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Senator Alvarado, for bringing this important resolution. I just wanted to add that Minnie Fish Cunningham is an icon of Texas, and you're absolutely right. We don't talk enough about her. Her imprimatur on politics in Texas and inclusion, the true pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all Texans and not just for some cannot be understated. And I pulled this up for the rest of her life, even after winning, you would think winning suffrage for women should be enough, right? At that point, you can retire and enjoy your laurels, enjoy your roses. But no, she continued to work. She was tireless. And for the rest of her life, she worked hard to make sure that whatever party was in power was representing all of us. And just one thing that she did after suffrage was that she organized the campaign for the state Democratic Party, and along with my dad, when he was a labor lawyer, they both founded the People's Legislative Committee in 1946. And what did the People's Legislative Committee do? It pushed back against corporate influence in politics and white supremacy. Just think about that. When you think it's never been this bad, think about Minnie Fish Cunningham and how she continued to show up and make sure that every Texan would be represented. Thank you so much for bringing this resolution.
Senator Eckhart, would you move that the names of the Lieutenant Governor and all the senators be added to the resolution?
Yes, sir, I do move. Thank you.
Senator Alvarado moves that the names of the Lieutenant Governor and all the senators be added to the resolution. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Senator Alvarado to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, members, for your attention to this, and hopefully we'll have more conversations about Minnie Fisher Cunningham in years to come. Thank you.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. Resolution is adopted. Following motion in writing, Secretary read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the nomination of Clark E. Smith to the Texas Lottery Commission be withdrawn from the Committee on Nominations, and I further move that the nomination be returned to the governor pursuant to his request. Motion by Senator Campbell, Chair of Nominations.
Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. Following motion in writing, Secretary read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the nomination of John Paul J.P. Steelman to the Texas Commission on Fire Protection be withdrawn from the Committee on Nominations, and I further move that the nomination be returned to the governor pursuant to his request. Motion by Senator Campbell, Chair of Nominations.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion. Members, we're about to get ready to take up bills for the day. Senator Schwertner, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 842.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 842. Members, this bill clarifies that a ringside physician is immune from civil liability arising from any actions performed within their scope of practice unless that action constitutes gross negligence. This bill was an idea initially brought forth by TDLR. They regulate combative sports here in the state of Texas, and each of these combative sports is required to have an assigned ringside physician. With the growth and popularity of these events, the need for more ringside physicians has grown. Recent reports show that physicians are reluctant to sign up to work combative sports due to the lack of protection from liability. This bill seeks to improve the recruitment of ringside physicians by allowing them to ensure the safety of fighters without the fear of frivolous lawsuits. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Schwertner moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 842. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 842. The Secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 842, relating to immunity for ringside physicians assigned to combative sports events.
Senator Schwertner recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 842.
Senator Schwertner moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Schwertner, you recognize for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Schwertner moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 842. The Secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 842, relating to immunity for ringside physicians assigned to combative sports events.
Senator Schwertner, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 842.
Senator Schwertner moves final passage of Senate Bill 842. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
31 ayes and 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1902.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the suspension of the rules on Senate Bill 1902. Members, in 2023, last session, Senator West had a bill, and I was co-author on the bill, to get rid of the use of temporary paper tags instead of license plates. The bill passed. It's a great bill. And it goes into effect July 1st of this year. There was an unintended consequence that came up out of that required dealers to store hundreds of thousands of metal plates because they have to keep the plate with the car, and when they put them on their lot, store them in a secure storage and then pull them out when the car was sold. So in solving that problem, Senate Bill 1902 stays with the fundamental basis of eliminating the paper tag, but helps solve the problem for the dealers. And that minor change is that this bill would allow them to take the plate off of the car you just sold and put it on the new or used car you just bought, eliminating the need to store quite as many plates. And members, that's all the bill does. Very important.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1902. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1902. The Secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 1902, relating to the administration of the dealer-issued license plates database and to the removal and transfer of license plates.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 1902.
Senator Nichols moves passage to engrossment. Oh, excuse me. Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Question of the author, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nichols, first of all, thank you for bringing this bill forward, but I was wondering if you might consider a friendly amendment. As we're removing license plates, could you consider the removal of the front license plate on vehicles? I don't understand the need for that plate on the front.
That's a whole different bailiwick. That's really not related to this bill. The issue of whether or not we should have front license plates, I'm assuming that's your issue. Like on a sports car, a lot of cars aren't made for them.
On any car. I don't see the need for their license plate on the front.
Well, the law enforcement does see a need, and that becomes a problem. We've had hearings, I've been involved in hearings and work groups and things like that on whether or not there's a need. And the law enforcement says cars go by, you can have a chance, sometimes a better opportunity to see that license plate when it's on the front than you do the back. And that's the problem with that. So
I appreciate your answer.
Always looking to do better legislation, but I'm afraid that would actually hurt.
Well, I think it would save people money and time, trouble, and but I do appreciate it. We'll talk about it at a different time. Thank you, Mr. Thank you for answering. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for the motion.
I move passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 1902.
Senator Nichols moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move to suspend the 3-day rule on Senate Bill 1902.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 1902. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1902, relating to the administration of the dealer-issued license plates database and to the removal and transfer of license plates.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of Senate Bill 1902.
Senator Nichols moves final passage of Senate Bill 1902. The secretary call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Senator Blanco for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to recognize our 4-H student, Alexandra Hager, and her mother, Karen Hager, who are in the gallery today. If you could please stand up. Both Alexandra and her mom traveled all the way from Jeff Davis County to be here with us today. And as you all know, 4-H is known for helping young people develop leadership, citizenship, and life skills that will serve them for years to come. I want to commend Alexandra for her hard work and her commitment to these values. It's an honor to have you here in the Texas Senate today. Welcome to your Texas Senate.
Senator Urquhart is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Concurrent Resolution number 5.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider SCR 5. The resolution authorizes the Texas School for the Deaf to rename its middle school gymnasium the Robert Reeves Gymnasium in honor of Robert Reeves' contribution to the school. Founded in 1856, the Texas School for the Deaf is the oldest continuously operating public school in the entire state of Texas. Robert Reeves graduated from the school in 1887, going on to graduate from National College, now Gallaudet University in Washington, D.C., which is a global leader for the education of the deaf and the hard of hearing. Mr. Reeves was the first ever alumnus to graduate from and return to TSD as an educator, where he taught for 42 years. Mr. Reeves was TSD's first ever football coach, establishing the first TSD football team in secret because the superintendent at the time did not approve. He later gained approval to operate the first official football team, which he coached from 1894 to 1898. Robert Reeves spent his career serving the school that profoundly shaped his life. This resolution enables the Texas School for the Deaf to celebrate not just Mr. Reeves' legacy as an alumnus, teacher, coach, community member, but to also celebrate the practice of giving back to the communities that raised us. Members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to lay out this resolution. And Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Urquhart moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Concurrent Resolution number 5. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
SCR 5, directing the Texas School for the Deaf to name the middle school gymnasium the Robert Reeves Gymnasium.
Senator Urquhart, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I move adoption of SCR 4.
Senator Urquhart moves adoption of the resolution of SCR 5. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Craig.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you so much, and thank you for correcting me on the number, Mr. President.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 917.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 917 relating to certain boiler inspection reports and the composition and governance of the Board of Boiler Rules. Members, this is a cleanup bill requested by TDLR to correct several deficiencies in current law, which generally would reflect current practices by removing the requirements that the Board of Boiler Rules include the TDLR Executive Director as an ex officio member, and correct an error in the code by repealing language that a majority of at least 5 board members be required for board decisions because there are 11 board members, and improve efficiency by reducing turnaround time for filing boiler certificate inspection reports from 30 to 10 days. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 917. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 917. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 917, relating to certain boiler inspection reports and the composition and governance of the Board of Boiler Rules.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Zaffarini moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 917. The secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 917 relating to certain boiler inspection reports and the composition and governance of the Board of Boiler Rules.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage of Senate Bill 917. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Craig.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Mr. President and members.
Very nice.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 35.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension of regular order of business of Senate Bill 35. This relates to design build bid contracts versus design bid or design build contracts for the Department of Transportation. Historically, the department has always built the most competitive model, and that was they would design the project, they would bid the project, and then they would issue a construction award for the construction of that contract. Around 2021, the state decided to try another method in addition to that, called design build. And the design build project integrates the construction and the engineering simultaneously, so a large project could be built in a more narrow time period when there's a very intricate and time critical measure. It is not necessarily the most efficient, but it is very effective on those type projects. And there are the right time to do it and the wrong time to do it. The department has built a number of those type projects. Some are successful, some are not successful. But I think it's an important process the department keeps, but they don't really need the 6 that they're allowed. Under current law, I was there when the 6 came in. It was an arbitrary number, and now having used it for a number of years, I think the correct number should be 2. Give you a feel for what a design build project was back in 2001. I would say the first project we built was State Highway 130 and 45 on the north side. That was a 20-something mile highway and freeway with a bunch of intersections that all had to be done at the same time. Anyway, that's what it is, and that's why I think it should be 2 instead of 6. And with that, I move suspension of the regular order of business of the SB 35.
Senator Hinojosa Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Well, Senator Nichols, yield for a couple of questions.
Senator Nichols, will you yield?
Oh, yes.
You know, Senator Nichols, and I think I was on the Transportation Committee when we first came up with legislation for design build projects. But the reality is that we had some challenges with design build projects. Would you agree with that?
Challenges on which projects?
Well, we had some challenges with design build projects.
Yes, we have over the years.
And we actually have one in Corpus Christi. The Corpus Christi Harbor Bridge is being design built. And there have been numerous delays in the years and increase in cost with that design build project in Corpus Christi.
That's correct.
And quite frankly, what your bill does, and I support it 100% because I voted for it in Transportation Committee, try to sort of downsize and fit the proper number of design build construction projects that TxDOT ought to award every year.
That's what I'm trying to focus on.
Well, thank you for your bill.
Members, there's also things on the internet, obviously the industry that focuses on design, build type project. And there's information on the internet saying that is a much more competitive process for construction. I will tell you, it is not more competitive. When you have a lot of people that are qualified, something that's already designed with the materials and the layouts already done, that's a very competitive project. We get a lot of bidders out there in the construction industry. When you do a design build, it really narrows down who has the opportunity to even participate. And part of my concern is in that narrowing down, you can almost tailor the matrix down to the actual contractors you want involved. I'm not saying they're doing that. I just say it's a concern of mine. But anyway, I move suspension of regular order of business on SB 35.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 35. The clerk will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
27 ayes and 4 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 35. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 35 relating to design build contracts.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 35.
Senator Nichols moves passage to engrossment. The clerk will call the roll. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
27 ayes and 4 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move to suspend the 3-day rule on SB 35.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
27 ayes, 4 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 35. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 35 relating to design build contracts.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of Senate Bill 35.
Senator Nichols moves final passage of Senate Bill 35. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
27 ayes, 4 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Senator Menendez for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd like to present to you and ask you to help me welcome some students from the San Antonio Independent School District Burbank High School, the Burbank Bulldogs. Would y'all stand up and let us help us welcome you to your state capitol? I want to thank you for coming up today, taking time on your vacation here to join us, to see us in action representing you. And so thank you for coming. I want you to go and visit all the offices. In particular, I want you, because you may not have a chance to visit a museum, I want you to go visit Senator Judy Zaffarini's office. That office is amazing, and it's right downstairs, and this is what happens when you've been here as long as she has. She's the Dean of the Texas Senate, and she's got an amazing office. I have the honor and privilege of representing Burbank along with my good friend, Senator Gutierrez, who I know may want to join in the recognition. So welcome to your Texas Senate.
Senator Gutierrez, you're recognized for the recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Menendez. We've got Burbank on both the south and the north side. Thank you all for coming. Senator Menendez and I are both your senators in this space. And I want you to know, everybody from Burbank and everybody on this floor, I'm too poor to have a Hermes tie, but I know there's a few folks in this building that have Hermes ties. You know what a Hermes is? It's a real fancy tie. They make nice ties, nice perfume, nice everything. There's a man named Robert Chavez, who was the president of Hermes in Paris, France. They came all the way from the southwest side of San Antonio to run one of the biggest and best retail brands in the world. And that guy started at Burbank High School. So anything can be done. Si se puede. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate it.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, it's my pleasure to join Senator Menendez and Senator Gutierrez, two outstanding leaders for Bexar County, and to welcome the students, their constituents, to my office, which I assure you is decorated simply as a tribute to Texas and the values of Texas: freedom, justice, independence, multiculturalism, friendship, and family values. You're welcome to come and tour it, and I'm sure that my staff will explain what everything means. And thanks to Patsy Spa and the amazing crew at the Senate who helped us decorate it. Thank you, and you are welcome.
Thank you all, and welcome. Welcome to the Texas Senate. Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1281.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute of SB 1281. Mail theft has become a pervasive and costly crime in Texas, affecting individuals, businesses, and financial institutions alike. While current state law criminalizes the theft of mail, it does not adequately address the growing problem of stolen negotiable instruments, such as checks, money orders, and bearer bonds, which are frequently altered, counterfeited, and fraudulently cashed. Criminals exploit gaps in the law to steal financial documents from mailboxes, leading to identity theft, financial losses, and significant disruptions for victims. Additionally, organized mail theft rings increasingly target mail receptacle keys and locks to facilitate large-scale theft operations. Stolen postal keys grant criminals unrestricted access to cluster mailboxes and multi-unit residences, allowing them to intercept sensitive personal and financial information. Despite the severity of these offenses, Texas law lacks a specific statute to criminalize the theft of mail receptacle keys or locks, making prosecution and deterrence even more difficult. Expanding the mail theft statute to include negotiable instruments and creating a specific offense for stealing mail receptacle keys or locks will strengthen protections for Texans against financial crimes and identity fraud. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Senator Parker, does this also help with all those porch?
Just one moment.
For
please.
a question.
Thank you. Senator Parker, do you yield?
I yield.
Does this also help with those porch pirates, that are stealing my wife's Amazon packages?
Well, absolutely. All of that that's taking place, all that's theft of our mail, everything that's in transit, all those large receptacle areas that things are being stolen, yes, would absolutely address your wife's issues with her things being stolen.
Well, they tried to steal a Roomba, and we caught the guy because my wife doesn't vacuum so well, so I bought her this Roomba, and these people were just taking off down our driveway with our. But so I'm glad that now we can get some increased
It's terrible.
penalties.
That's why we were really missing any kind of statute on the topic. That's why we got to really address it.
I like it. Thank you.
Senator West, for what purpose?
Question of the author.
Senator
Question
Parker,
of the author.
do you yield, Senator Parker?
I yield.
Senator Parker, as it relates to, and I understand exactly what you're saying with this particular bill, but what is the current penalty? Are we enhancing the penalty with your bill?
We are adding a penalty, if you will, Senator, yes.
Is there a current penalty?
At this point, there is, the current statute is really missing on that topic. So there's not anything currently that's addressing the issue of specifically mail that's in transit or specifically these receptacle issues being stolen from.
Well, let's kind of, and the reason that I want to stop here for a moment is because we've done a lot of revisions of the penal code, trying to make certain that crimes are, I guess you could say, at parity with one another, and not having one over the other depending upon what the nature of the crime is, okay? And so I want to stop here for a few moments to make certain that we're not starting to go out of line again in terms of what we've done, the great work we've done in the past. And so I'm looking at your bill on page 1.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. And I know this came out of the committee 100% for it, both D's and R's, which is great. You are adding a provision if the mail is in transit or has been delivered but not yet received.
Right. So we are.
Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know you want to answer it, but let me get the entire question out. And then you are also putting negotiable instruments. All right. Now, I want to make certain we look at all three of these. Now, if it's in transit, it's considered mail under the definition. Has been delivered, but not yet received, is considered mail. And under that definition, okay, you talk about B1, that the current penalty would be
state jail felonies, the current.
State jail felony.
Right, and we're taking that to a first-degree felony.
And you're making it a first-degree felony?
Yes.
Don't you think that's kind of out of line, though?
Depending, obviously, on the number of negotiable instruments that were stolen, I don't believe so, Senator, right? I mean, because you could have someone that is washing a large number of checks or money orders at one time and doing some real significant damage to identity theft and harming lots of people. And so that's the reason why we thought it made sense.
I mean, under current law, and I think I'm right about this, for each negotiable instrument that's stolen, it's a separate offense, okay?
Yes.
So if you had several of them stolen based on the fact pattern that you just gave me, that person could, in fact, be charged several times, and the punishment could be stacked, okay? So take that into consideration. And the reality is, and I don't know the answer to this question, that's why I'm asking you, isn't there current laws on the books that deal with criminal punishment for stealing, possessing negotiable instruments? Do you know whether there is or not?
Well, there are different things, but nothing specific to this issue of transit and stealing. Obviously, we're increasing it, obviously, as I said earlier, from a state jail felony. But I understand your concern, Senator West, with regard to that is too onerous, if you will, of a penalty on folks. But my view is that we've got folks that are doing significant damage, and therefore we've got to put in place some real standards and increase what we're currently doing.
Now look at the current law, and help me with this. All right, it's a state jail felony if the mail is appropriated from fewer than 10 addresses, right? Correct? I'm on page 1 of your bill.
Yes.
And I'm talking about current law. And I'm on line 52, 53. That's where they're talking about the different penalties. All right. If it's a state jail felony, if the mail is appropriated from fewer than 10 addresses, a felony of the third degree, if the mail is appropriated from 10 but fewer than 20. And then you go down to D1 to add additional language. Showing a trial of the offense under B2, the appropriated mail contained a
Negotiable instrument, right.
negotiable instrument.
The actor committed the offense with the intent to facilitate an offense.
Okay, and it ends up being a state jail felony if 5 or fewer, a felony of the third degree, okay, 10, second degree, 50 negotiable instruments.
At least 10. So you see the tiered structure there,
Yeah,
Senator
yeah,
West.
and it's kind of consistent with what the current law is. It's kind of consistent.
Yes.
The difference being a negotiable instrument, okay.
And again, I think the negotiable instruments, obviously that things have huge financial implications. You think about the people that are counting on the delivery of that check or that instrument and the fact that it's stolen, their identity is stolen, all the challenges that they deal with as victims of this kind of crime.
Yeah, but identity is altogether something different. There's a penalty for that also. But I understand where you're going on. And as the bill is, I'm supportive of it.
Yeah.
But let me allow me to have input in your decision-making process as the bill travels from here to the House. Okay?
Yeah, Senator West, as always, I welcome your feedback. Love to talk about that. Again, we want to find the right balance. Obviously, when it comes to criminal justice, we want to make certain that we put very firm boundaries in place, that people realize that something is breaking the law and there's penalties.
I understand that,
but we want to do something to find balance.
It's balanced out, okay?
Understand.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Will the senator yield for some questions?
Senator Parker, will you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to clarify some of the points, follow up with some of the questions that Senator West was asking, because this bill came to the Criminal Justice Committee, and we heard testimony about mail that was in transit. What is happening there, as we heard testimony, is that many mail carriers are now being assaulted and robbed of their mail while they're trying to deliver mails in
That's
bulk.
right.
And that's an issue brought up. And then when you talk about line 131 has been delivered, but not yet received by the addressee, what happens there, you have people going from mailbox to mailbox, stealing mail from different mailboxes.
Exactly. That's exactly right, Senator.
And they have refined their tactics so much that now they can know when Social Security checks are coming in. And they start stealing also Social Security checks, which are negotiable instruments.
100%. And then, of course, when they're getting the Social Security checks, and they're getting all those issues, again, that we have different statutes on dealing with frauds per se to identity theft, but all those things come into play when these things are being stolen. People depend on those checks.
And of course, if somebody's charged with a crime under your bill for the first time, they'll probably be they're eligible for probation.
Right.
But what you do here is like a state jail felony, if 5 or fewer negotiable instruments. So you escalate, depending on the number of crimes being committed by that person who is a defendant in being charged with a crime, from 5 to 10 to 15, 20, could be a career criminal that's doing that and conducting this type of theft.
That's right. And I think that tier structure, like we discussed in the committee, I think makes sense, Senator. Thank you for your support of the bill. And I think that tier structure is exactly what needed to be put there. So appreciate your feedback on that.
Thank you for your explanation.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator West, what purpose?
Just one other question. Senator Hinojosa mentioned something about the assault of mail carriers. That's not in this bill, though, is it?
No, but he's just talking about what's going on and the level of violence that's getting out of control.
Without question. But again, as the bill goes, and I'm very supportive of it, and I agree with what Senator Hinojosa said and what you're saying about it, but let's just make sure that we continue to look at it as we go through the process.
Yeah, no, let's continue the dialogue, Senator West, for sure.
Thank you.
You have a follow-up, Senator?
I do, Mr. President, if I may. Here's what it is, Senator West. It's not so much the assault of the mail carrier. It's the stealing of the mail that the mail carrier has. And that's what the bill addresses. Thank you, Mr. President.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passes. Rules are suspended, rather. Laying out committee substitute for Senate Bill 1281. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1281, relating to certain criminal offenses involving mail or a mail receptacle, key, or lock.
You're recognized on passage or engrossment.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. Chair lays out for third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1281. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1281, relating to certain criminal offenses involving mail or a mail receptacle, key, or lock.
You're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the 3-day rule.
Yes. I'll get in the swing of things in a moment. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
29 ayes and 2 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair now lays out committee substitute for Senate Bill 1281. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1281, relating to certain criminal offenses involving mail or a mail receptacle, key, or lock.
Now you're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
29 ayes, 2 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you. Senator Perry, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 3.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 3 bans products that contain THC. 2019, the legislature passed HB 1325, which legalized the production of hemp. It was federally regulated, and the plant itself was what federal regulation dealt with. The federal regulations left the product regulations to the states. The bill was intended to support farmers and to promote an industrial hemp market that was designed to encourage the development of non-consumable hemp products like fiber. However, after 1325 was passed, companies began to blatantly violate, exploit, coerce the Texas law by selling products far more that exceeded the THC limitations imposed by the definition of the hemp plant. Illegal high-potency synthetic THC products have flooded the marketplace. That's critical. Synthetic THC, synthetic, man-made, man-designed, man-created, man-manipulated. Most of these products are created in a lab. Synthetic products are substantially more potent than illegal street marijuana, and they are readily available in gas stations, convenience stores, and just about anywhere you walk to now you can buy one of these products. Senate Bill 3 bans the sale of all consumable hemp products that contain THC. The only consumable hemp products that remain legal are those under the CBD or the CBG category. Any product that remains under this bill will have to be properly labeled and placed in child-resistant packaging. SB 3 also includes new criminal and administrative penalties. For those that argue that this should just be more regulation and tax, there's not enough tax that we can collect that will deal with the behavioral health issues, the addictions that we currently face in our HHSC budget. It would be in the billions. It's unenforceable because every day a new product hits the shelf that was at the whim of a chemist. I don't call them smart, I call them diabolical. What they have created and what they're doing is akin to K2 and spice and bath salts of the past that we as a legislature voted out of existence as soon as possible. The effect of what this drug is doing to the people that are involved in it, contrary to what you hear, it's devastating lives, it's generational, it is creating psychosis, it is creating paranoia, it is taking people from a very high-performing individual, sometimes in college, the midlife of their crisis begins at 20, 25, short order, they're non-articulate, they're non-verbal. This is not your granddad or my dad or my pot of my generation. It was 5%. It was a lid you got. You didn't have to worry about where it came from or what was in it.
This is synthetically induced, and you have no idea of the quality of control that was involved, and you're getting stuff besides the pot, not to mention the pot is up to as much as 80%. It is extremely dangerous, extremely addicting, extremely potent. We do a lot of things in this legislature that have positive impacts on people's lives. Not often do we get to have things that will literally save lives. That's what this bill's about. I have people that say, just regulate it. You can't regulate something that changes by chemistry every day. I have people say, tax it. Not ever going to be enough to pay for the damage that it does, but is there a price you can put on some parent that has lost their child, either in physical, have died, or are no longer functioning adults? There's not a price to be paid for that. There's not a price or a cost you can identify with that. It's not regulatory. This industry, by design, says they're all about age gating. They don't want 18 to 21s to get it. But if you look at the map and where they set up 8,000 plus distribution centers, they targeted walking distance of every school they could. So their narrative doesn't fit their walk. These people are not good people. They're evil. They don't care. It's all about the bottom line. It's in its infancy. $8 billion industry came up in less than 3 years in practice. They've really gotten most of this done in 3 to 4 or 5 years here. But it's still new enough that the legislature can close the door on this issue today and not let it expand any further. We don't get an option to pull the genie back in the bottle very often. This is the day we get to do that. So with that, I move suspended regular order of business on Senate Bill 3.
Senator Hinojosa from Hidalgo. What purpose?
Well, the senator yield for a couple of questions.
I do, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Perry, I remember when we first debated the bill, the hemp licensing bill, about 3 sessions ago. And one of my concerns was a prediction that this would happen. We would end up creating a loophole for legalizing marijuana, for lack of a better word, THC. But the reality now is that this system has been abused. As I see all these vape shops all over the place, and I see young people using this product to get high. Even in high school, around the high schools that I've been around, I've seen that happen again and again. So what type of devices are being used to be able to, for the use of THC and what they're selling now in the market?
So good question. What kind of device? It's pretty much anything. It's gummies that look and taste like candy. It's marketed under candy labels. It's vape, where you can inhale it, and that has unintended consequences outside of THC that they're proving up now. It's smokable, but it's illegal today for smokable. But pretty much any way you can ingest or consume is the proper delivery. I will point out what you said. The sad commentary, this was originally an ag bill to provide a new ag crop. Because of this industry and what it did to the market very quickly, only 174 acres out of the 125 million farm acres in Texas actually produced hemp fiber last year. That's a pretty sad statistic that this industry took it down. So every way you can ingest something is where it is being consumed.
And how many of these retail stores do you estimate we have here in our state?
8,000 plus that we know of. I'm sure there's a lot that are unlicensed. This stuff is in any and every place that you can consume or buy consumer product. So whether all those are licensed to sell this or not, probably not.
And I have had complaints and concerns from parents who have made comment that their underage children, kids, teenagers, have become addicted to this product being sold.
Yeah, and I would say to that, a lot of the narrative is about the 18 to 21 or age gating as they refer to. The parents that I came in contact with yesterday, 12 parents came, have had a really horrible, tragic story of how this has impacted their kids. The bulk of those were 20 to 29-year-olds. So the idea that it's impacting only our youth because they're getting it and shouldn't have it is just a false narrative. It's just not actually. It's anybody that is using it is running the risk of becoming addicted, with psychosis, with paranoia. It's kind of like, again, it's back to akin to the K-Spice days, K2's days.
And I have received quite a few inquiries from veterans. Many of them have experienced PTSD and combat. What are we doing to address some of their concerns?
Not today, but Senate Bill 1505 is going to expand our compassionate use program that Texas has today. It will give more access statewide by requiring, currently it's May. We're going to make that a shall. The DPS is going to have to get out 3 more licenses, so that would make 6 total licenses to dispensaries. In addition to that, we're going to allow storage of the product in multiple locations. That's a problem because now it has to be hand delivered, if you will, or couriered. So we're going to open up the market for access for our veterans that need that.
And does a veteran need a doctor's prescription to be able to access compassionate use of this product?
I think so. I think we'll get enough physicians on board when the product's available.
You know, this is a difficult issue in many respects for veterans who certainly have issues with PTSD, but at the same time, they don't want an illegal product out there in the marketplace that is damaging not only our youth, but young people who overuse the vaping, especially the vaping that I know of, that's been very prevalent in my Senate district. So thank you for your explanation. And I look forward to working with you because I think it's important that we increase availability of compassion use for veterans who are experiencing PTSD.
It's in the works. I would say this, the industry has done a magnificent marketing job. They have basically been able to sell kids specifically when it's across the street from the school that these must be safe because 1, they're in a store that I can buy it, and 2, it's been touted as medicinal purposes. We don't get our medicines from gas stations today. But the marketing aspect of this is so much mirrored after the Joe Camel days from tobacco industries. And they knew exactly what they were doing and where they were doing it at. But they've sold the public. And a lot of these parents tell me that the first thing their kids say when they're addressed, hey, Mom, look at what I got, or Mom caught me doing something. They say, well, it must be safe and legal. It's being sold. It's neither safe nor was it legal. When you hear that this is in litigation, they're litigating the way DSHS was going to propose rules to regulate this, not the content of the product that we're addressing today. So I want to clear the air. This is not a litigation about whether it's okay or not. This is litigation regarding to the process in which we were going to put guardrails to keep what we're dealing with today from happening.
And I'm sure many parents don't really understand the full risk and danger to addiction that their teenagers may face, or even young adults may face in buying this product. Thank you for answering my questions, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions of the author?
Do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Perry. First of all, I appreciate many of the statements that you made this morning at the press conference you made today, especially concerning synthetic THC. I agree 100% that it needs to be banned. But I do have some questions about the text in SB 3 because the way I read it, it not only does it ban and it also criminalizes CBN, which is a natural, non-synthetic, non-intoxicating cannabinoid that helps people sleep. And so I'm just wondering why, if the target is these intoxicating synthetics, why is that included?
CBD and CBG are the two that were the most normal, non-intoxicating, non-psychotropic. One of the original kind of, if you had to point back to what I think the intent would have been under consumables, it would have been those two things. The CBN, I'm not familiar with where the cannabinoids laid or the chemistry behind it. Those are the two that when you think about non-intoxicating gummies or hemp, if you will, those are the two keys that everybody recognizes don't have a high element of a THC component.
Well, and you know, I listened to your layout, and I heard the press conference. Look, 8,000 outlets is crazy. Gas stations is dumb. Gummies are very difficult for people to regulate what amount of anything they're taking in. If they're really going to be doing this, and as you probably remember, I filed a medical cannabis bill here since 10 years ago, 2015 when I first arrived. And question, are you aware that Colorado saw this intoxicating hemp problem coming up, and they set up an advisory committee made up of scientists, government regulators, hemp industry leaders to make recommendations? After 100 hours of meetings, the committee came to the political consensus, drafted a bill modeled largely passed into law, including perhaps the most well-vetted list of what cannabinoids are intoxicating and what natural cannabinoids are non-intoxicating. And so CBN's part of that non-intoxicating list. And so I don't know if you'd be open to an amendment to add CBN to that.
You know, I guess I'd take a different approach if the industry that we're dealing with was credible and trustworthy, but they violated every component of integrity, character, and are non-trustworthy. And so with that in mind, we're going to be very narrow, very scope limited to things that we absolutely understand. Colorado's got its issues with legalized recreational pot now. Oklahoma's wishing they hadn't been there. California actually did outlaw what we're talking about doing today. I think New York, correct me if I'm wrong, has the same similar outlaw. So we're not the first, unfortunately, but we're definitely not probably going to be the last.
I think if we, like California and other states that have fully legalized, and I'd be happy with medical cannabis, but if we fully legalize cannabis, the natural cannabis, you wouldn't have this industry. I was talking to the president a few minutes ago. In my district, there's a veteran who owns one of these hemp shops. Most of his clients are veterans. One of my dear friends is a retired military officer who was prescribed narcotics when he was still in the military, when he was discharged, had issues with other things. And he said to me, it was these legal hemp products that allowed him to get off the narcotics, allowed him to get off, quit alcohol. And he's concerned, he's frustrated, he's upset. I don't know to what extent your compassionate use bill is going to expand, but by eliminating and you know, I mean, you can't put the vet-owned hemp shop that works with adults in the same category as a gas station selling gummy bears marketed at kids, because that's wrong. I'm one of those that believe it should be extremely regulated, more than 1,000 feet away from schools or churches, that you can do it like we do liquor stores and that sort of thing, where it's very hard to get, that only people who are, you know, consenting adults can use this. So this is what my concern and my reason for being, you know, feeling that this bill goes too far. But you mentioned a few minutes ago that you have a bill that's going to expand the Compassionate Use Act. You said that it's going to make it one of the things that you touched on that is very true. Everyone tells me it's too expensive. Part of that's probably because they have very few outlets. Then the other issue is that you talked about is that they have to drive the medicine to. So one of the things that the vets have told me, if you're in the Compassionate Use Program and you're in San Antonio, and one of those, the dispensaries here drives it to San Antonio, if you for some reason miss your opportunity to get there, they have to drive it back to Austin. So do you see how for them it's just simpler to use these hemp products than it is to use the state's Compassionate Use Bill Act?
So I'd answer you got a whole lot packed in that. First of all, the Compassionate Use Program will expand to 6 licenses plus satellites plus storage on those satellite locations, so you don't have this back and forth in courier. So I think we've addressed that. Secondly, the lack of quality control through the manufacturing process is one of those issues that no matter whether you're a veteran-owned hemp shop or a non-veteran-owned hemp shop that we have no control over. And if you haven't had that experience, it's pretty surely like roulette. You've just been lucky to not get one of those products. And I guess at this stage there are other non-prescription, Marinol, and some of those other cannabis products that have been on the market for decades that you don't have to go to Teacup to get.
Right.
But medicine should be administered by physicians.
Correct.
And that's why Teacup is existence, and it should provide veterans the relief they seek, and we're going to make it accessible. I would say to those that are on it, that have a shop with a business model built on this, if you'll go back to 2019, when I laid out the hemp bill, not once but twice and multiple times thereafter, I warned of these days that we're talking about today, that if you get cute and go where you've gone today, that the state would respond accordingly. And so for these people that took a business model and went against what I was warning could happen, that's their own fault. Now, I have a heart for veterans. I want them to make sure that their medical needs are covered. The Teacup is that program in Texas. I think it will accommodate their needs, and it will be physician-directed. It will be scripted, projected. You know, one of the problems is under today's form, you could take 100 milligrams a day and not be regulated, right? All of our drugs are regulated through pharmacists on how much you're getting, where you're getting, how many you're taking during a month. So that's the things that we lose when we say you should just go get the product at the hemp shop. That's just, you're stepping outside the boundaries of what good practices for medical treatment is.
Completely agree that when anyone that uses any product, whether it's alcohol, hemp, anything to self-medicate, you're putting people in a dangerous position. So I don't disagree with that at all. I'm just concerned that we're going to be criminalizing something that with these 8,000 outlets and with the inventory that's out there, much like prohibition didn't get people to stop drinking, I don't think this is going to help people stop doing what they're doing, but we will cross that bridge when we get there. I'm going to sit down and listen to possibly other questions. I'm concerned. I understand. I think if we had a compassionate use act or plan that was easily usable, that I think we wouldn't be having this conversation.
I think the compassionate use plan, once it's implemented to its fullest, will accommodate most of the concerns. I would suggest to you that as the compassionate use plan is proved to be a successful model, and as other research around the country starts looking into the different cannabinoids and things that you speak to, there will be opportunity for those conversations through a regulated physician-directed market. You spoke to something about black market indirectly. Here's what this bill does do. Today, if an officer has an enforcement action and is tied to something in the car that looks or acts or maybe smells like, the problem with that, with this particular loophole that's been exploited, they don't know. Going forward, that won't be an issue because if it's present, it's illegal. And so we solve a lot of enforcement action. As far as investing resources, the state already covers all of these problems that we allowed to have happen. We are in a crossroads here where we continue to turn our head and say, we'll just tax it and regulate it, which again, there ain't enough money to fix the cost of a person that's been affected by it. There's not enough money in the state budget to fix the addictions that come from this, especially at the levels it's creating. I mean, you're talking psychosis and paranoia. That's not getting high. It's a whole different level of mental problem, right? And that's what people are telling me it's doing. So it should not be incumbent upon the state to clean up a mess that they could have stopped to begin with. And we've got examples of vape. We had an opportunity to stop it in Texas, but we chose not to. We chose to regulate it. Now kids are having their lungs bust up because they've sucked down too much moisture, and they're addicted. I wasn't there during Joe Camel's days, and I wasn't there during Prohibition. But here's what I know. The black market is going to be alive and well regardless of whether this bill passes. In fact, there's a lot of the people that own these hemp shops are tied to some of those opportunities to laundry money. A lot of them are foreign owned. I'm not going to stop their opportunities, but here's what I know. When their opportunities present themselves to an enforcement officer, there's no question they can go to jail. And that's what this bill does, is clean up. Thank you for your questions. I do respect your opinion. I wish we had a magic wand.
I agree.
This genie needs to get put back in the bottle.
Thank you for taking my questions. Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
The gentleman yield for a few questions.
I do, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. I think you and I come at this, we end up at the same place and probably get there differently. I have always been for legalization of cannabis with parameters, and we don't have that here in Texas because what's happening now is, and I know it's going to upset some of our veterans, but what's happening now is that young people are accessing this at 18, 19, and 20 years old, correct?
Correct. Or 25.
Yeah. You mentioned Colorado, and I would argue with you as what kind of problems they have. I think they have a problem with the black market marijuana for sure, because they can't tax it, they can't do that, and so it's competing with their regulated market. But what they've done well in Colorado is you have to be 21 to enter into those shops, correct?
I don't know what Colorado law is. It's not applicable here. So
I would submit to you that it's 21.
Yeah.
And so whether I want to go out and regulate cannabis totally in a regulated fashion like they do in Colorado, where they're weighing the product and all the waste is done accordingly, and you're getting a pure product and you're not getting all these other things. My concern, as is your concern, is that we have these other chemicals in these products that are getting into the bodies of young people, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and so this is a process. This bill goes to the other side. We all know that. The public generally doesn't. It'll come back, likely, and we'll look at this. And so I want to suggest to you that I'm for it right now. But you are assuring us that Teacup will be fixed, correct?
I'm ensuring you, and I have the word of the Lieutenant Governor, and I've been very public. And just so you know how public I am on it, the current bill says the DPS may issue 3 initial licenses. I've got an amendment when that comes to the floor of the Senate that will be a shall. So we guarantee the opportunity to open 3 new licenses on top of the 3 we currently have. To be fair, I think it's only one of the current licenses in Texas is actually effective because they haven't been able to make money. And when these things got started, they made less money.
Yeah, two of them are in use and one of them's kind of in limbo or something.
So we're moving towards literally opening up or doubling the capacity to manufacture and control, and then we're giving those satellite locations. And Dish has told me, and DPS said that may take about 12 months, depending on 12 to 18 months. So I've got them on record how long it's going to take them so they don't get to dilly-dally. This amendment that I will have on 1505 will require them to actually follow through and do it, not unlike where, I'm not saying they're not doing their job. I'm saying it's not a priority for them. They'll have to get on board to do this.
Okay, and you and I have talked about possibly expanding Teacup to veterans just kind of generally, and I know that we still have to hash that out over the course of the next few weeks.
Yeah, and in conversation with Chairman King over there, he was open to that conversation, and to be truthful, I think it has some merit. How we get there, I don't know today, but I think obviously, and you got to be careful with the veteran community. They don't want to be labeled as PTSDs, but at the same time, that's already allowable under Teacup. So if a veteran is experiencing that, they shouldn't have a bunch of hoops to jump through to get to that, right?
That's right.
So I think that's the things that we can have a conversation about.
I hope that that's the message to our veterans. We don't want to shut the door on you over here. The real reality is we've got 18 and 19 and 20-year-old kids.
Yeah.
And there are studies that show that the brain has not fully developed, correct, until you're about 25.
The science is evolving on this, but I will tell you every bit of the science that is currently out there and is evolving too, nothing good happens with this particular synthetic pot.
Some other veterans have suggested that, they can go get that vape pen, which kind of fixes that acute pain, joint pain, whatever it might be, or whatever condition they're having that's causing the PTSD symptoms and so on. And I've heard, and I don't know if that happened this morning, where is there a possibility to add some kind of regulated inhalant under Teacup?
The Teacup has the inhalant in it in its current version, so we accommodated that method of delivery. And my basic understanding with physicians, that's an immediate fix. And so if you're having a crisis moment or you're going through something that's pretty traumatic, the inhalant processes the teacup registered physician-directed dose quickly. It's kind of like I call asthma.
Right.
You know, asthma, you get corrected pretty quick when you're able to do it. So the inhaler conversation is already built into the base teacup.
And the last set of questions, 2 questions here. Under the stuff that's sold at the gas station, their licensing fee, I think, is $100, right? With dishes?
I don't know what it is, but it's substantial in here going forward.
It's like nothing. And the teacup applicants, the 3 that we have and the one that's kind of in limbo, I think it's $200,000 every 2 years, correct?
And I'm not familiar enough with the bill since it's not sitting on my desk, but it's substantial because we wanted credible manufacturers that were serious and had the wherewithal to actually follow through on delivery.
My point is all these other folks are getting in scot-free.
Sure.
You know, anybody got $100, you're good.
You're good.
And you're selling a product.
If you even bother to go through the permitting process.
Right, and you're selling a product that is not exactly what it purports to be.
Correct.
Because it could have
And
some
therein
of those
lies the
chemicals.
danger.
All right, so I just want to be very mindful as this process plays out that teacup, as Senator Menendez suggested, takes care of our veterans that are absolutely. There's a gentleman named David Bass.
Yes, sir.
And David Bass is a great American, a great veteran. I did a documentary on this. David Bass is in that documentary. He is a teacup participant, and David will tell you how this has helped him get through his cancer. You can see how veterans have used it to get off of opioids. Cannabis is not the great evil when regulated and done in the right way. So
that is correct, and I appreciate your commitment to making sure veterans are. I appreciate your perspective. Some of the conversation we have has been educational for sure, but more importantly, good ideas. And I think Chairman King is open, and as I talked to him about some of the things you talked about, I think Mr. Bass actually supported SB 3 for it inside the hearing that day. I was very humbled by the fact that he saw the bigger picture as the harm it's doing outside of the veteran community and within the veteran community. I don't know how many of them have been subjected to what's being on the shelves today. You don't hear from them, right?
Yeah, he's a dear
I have a hunch
friend.
it's a few. So.
Dear friend, I believe in Senator Birdwell's district, but thank you so much.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gutierrez and Senator Menendez. I know Senator Perry, Senator Gutierrez heard you clearly. We all hear you. In the meantime, we are poisoning kids on the street and young adults every day. Every day. I put out a map, look at the map, 8,000 locations in 2 years, almost all built around schools. Superintendents talk about it, students talk about it. It's in our schools now, everywhere. And they do about $1 million a year per store, if you do the math. They're not just selling to veterans or seniors or other people. Senator Betancourt, for what purpose?
Ask questions of the author.
I yield.
You yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Follow along your comments and Senator Menendez, Senator Gutierrez. The teacup obviously is a very important thing to continue. The uses of this, range not just to veterans, but for people of all ages that have specific needs or issues from mental health, et cetera. And the president just mentioned something that I actually retweeted on social media, okay? That map of the 8,000 dispensaries is explosion, okay, of dispensaries around the state, heavily concentrated in the 80% population zone of I-35, I-45 on the east side of the state, but all over the place, Lubbock, everywhere, okay? Gas stations, in Fort Stockton, I would assume, the Pecos, et cetera. And the president's right. When you look at the potential revenue for these locations, it's probably touching 7 digits, Senator Perry, on average. So this is a a business that has exploded into a monumental cash flow business over that time. And I guess the question I have for you is there was a press conference this morning that there were family stories. So I think you touched on that. Maybe you should also touch on some of the law enforcement stories, because Senator Gutierrez, to your point, when we had this up in committee, there was a brand, I don't want to give it any PR, but let's just call it a wild, quote, animal brand, okay, that Senator Menendez, that had 50 milligram gummies, and there were 300 of them, and that was 15,000 milligrams that you could probably buy for Senator Gutierrez's Franklin $100 bill. So, and of course, we have absolutely no idea what's in it. So maybe a couple stories, I think the public, the members would like to hear about what law enforcement had to say, or the family members.
Well, law enforcement's very clear. This is a real problem in their communities. There are families that are being devastated by it. Here's the sad commentary. You ask the average person out there, when you mention THC, they're thinking, again, the 5% pot that we as kids grew up in. They have no understanding of truly what is on those shelves today. And so that misinformation that this industry profits over people, that has been successful in pushing that narrative out there that this is safe and it's legal, which neither is true. The average person that has any idea of those shops would believe every product in there is safe and legal, and it's not. But the problem with the safe aspect of it, it's not just a little not safe. It's devastating safe. It is unsafe to the core. So their stories centered around their experiences in their communities and trying to police this stuff. And then the families are heartbreaking because they're just sharing their stories of their vibrant, active, some college-going kids that show up, and in short order, remember this stuff's only really been actively engaged for about 3 years. So these parents are coming to you with stories, and it's taken a series of 1 month or one hit or 2 or 3 months, and now their kids are not articulate anymore. They're living in their basements with full-time care going forward. Think about your son at 25, off to school or wherever he's at in his stage of life, and he grabs this off the shelf and says, I have a headache tonight. A friend of mine told me this is good. Takes that, and in next week, he's got to get it again. And before you know it, he's addicted. And more importantly, the impact on him. And it's not, like I say, getting you high and you feel bad after we get high and then you're hungry during the high. It's not that pot. It truly has an out-of-body experience. It's seeing demons. It's, you know, one of the parents described today, my son talks to invisible people now. He had to get up the courage, one of the stories was, he had to stood there for 7 minutes in front of a bathroom door to get up the courage to go inside the bathroom to take a shower. I mean, that's what this stuff is doing to our kids and our youth, and for that matter, anybody that takes it.
You know, there's a lot of children, a lot of young adults that are taking, gummies, for anxiety, et cetera. There's 2 different versions. But when you take that 50 milligrams of synthetic and you put it in with probable some dosage level of impurities, we're not even sure what's in it. And people take that and they become addicted to it. There's some tangential side effects that you can't even prescript because you're not even sure what is the interaction, because these synthetic drugs are simply not under any testing or any type of accountability formula. Am I missing something?
They're not under any conscience.
Yes, right.
That's the distinguishing characteristic here. The people that are doing this have no conscience. They literally do not care about the damage. They just want to know that they're making more money.
Right, because when billions of billions starts flowing, that's a lot of money. Anyway, so, herald both y'all's, both Mr. President and Senator Perry, your work on this, because it at the dosage level and at the synthetic level, it's an extreme danger to
I would
those
add
using
that I
it.
believe Lieutenant Governor went into a shop yesterday, and the gentleman behind the counter pointed to 750 milligram. Lieutenant Governor asked them, said, what is that? They said, well, it's the most powerful thing we got in here. I recommend you take a half of it because each other's tolerance. But you think 750 milligrams, that's, I don't know how you put that in context.
Well, I can put that in context because that's taking 50 milligram gummies and throwing them all in your mouth at one time, and that's quite a shot. And that's going to be, addicting, and over time, some percentage irreparable. So that's off the chart. So thank you both for your efforts on the bill.
Yeah, and later in that little interview that I did, he said, well, kids can get a fake ID, and laughed. That 750 milligrams was $44.95. You wonder how they do 100,000 a month real fast. Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you so much, Senator Perry. You and I have a great deal of agreement on our concern for substance use disorder in the state of Texas. You agree that addiction to marijuana is a substance use disorder, a mental health disorder.
It falls under behavioral health addictions.
With regard to substance use disorder, individuals can become addicted to any number of substances like alcohol, correct?
Correct.
Sedatives, painkillers, stimulants, a number of different substances, including marijuana, correct?
Correct.
And you know that we, as a state, rank last or near last in access to mental health care for substance use disorder, correct?
I don't believe that's a true statistic, but you can use it. I don't agree with you.
Do you know where we rank with regard to access to substance use disorder treatment?
To me, that's not the substance of the conversation, but I've heard your studies before, and then I've heard Madam Chair point out where those studies were, where they were not updated, where they're not factually accurate, and I don't remember the last time, but it's significantly above the number you have, but that's not a relevant conversation today. Teacup is available for those people that need regulated, prescribed cannabis products.
How would you suggest, or let me back up for a moment, by criminalizing all THC product, do you anticipate that black market access and quantity will go up?
So let's be clear. We're not criminalizing THC products today. Outside of the federal regulated hemp plant that is 0.3% in Finesville, outside of that, all THC products in Lubbock, in Amarillo, in Travis County, in the state of Texas is illegal. So I'm not criminalizing something that's not already illegal unless it meets the plant definition, very narrowed plant. So this bill is not criminalizing something. It is illegal today. The industry that is selling this crap and poisoning the people of this state got by with some slick attorneys and some smart chemists. I say diabolical chemists. They're not smart. They're evil. They got by with creating loopholes to push this stuff out on the street. So this is not criminalizing something that's not already illegal.
So those are very good points. Let me rephrase. Let me be careful in my rephrasing so that I capture your refinement. Do you believe that eradicating a tested and labeled hemp-derived product will increase the black market availability of those same hemp-derived products?
So I'm going to answer it the way I answered it with Senator Mendez. First of all, we're not going to eliminate black market. I don't care what the subject matter is. It's going to exist. The black market is already involved in some of these retail joints, for sure. They have gotten by, but the answer to your question is, I know today if an officer is presented with an opportunity to have the conversation of whether that's legal or not, that's a real challenge. Stop, you can see you got a vape, smells like pot, but don't know if it's legal pot. Well, it's never been legal pot, but the Delta 9 conversation when the chemist kind of got in the middle of that. So what I'm telling you is, what I will know if this is passed, there won't be any decision to have to be made by that officer. It will be immediately illegal. So that takes the enforcement issue, which is what people don't understand. When people say properly labeled, properly manufactured, properly tested, make sure it's really good stuff, and we'll be okay with it. Well, that hasn't worked out too well for us in most of these vices that we find ourselves. 80+%, probably higher than that, of our CPS and foster care issues are drug and alcohol related. Usually alcohol first and then drugs second. It doesn't matter what order, but you look at what we've done as a society. Rather than saying, this is not good, we're not going to allow it, and we'll enforce it till it goes out of existence, we've fallen prey to the narrative, well, you know, if we just tax it and regulate it, that makes it okay. It does not. If I could roll back time, I'm not a teetotaler, that's not my deal. But you can't argue that alcohol has any virtuous impact to it. You can't argue that vapes has any virtual impact to us. You can't argue any concept of what we're getting done today is not a good thing to do.
I agree with you with regard to prosecution as a former prosecutor, having prosecuted possession of marijuana cases. And I think perhaps we would agree that taxation, regulation, and enforcement as a package deal is probably the most effective.
I disagree.
So you believe that prosecution alone is the most effective?
I believe these people that are in this industry migrate to the path of least resistance. So they're going to move to the next state, the unsuspecting state, and open up their retail stores and get just where they are today with us when possible. So if you make it miserable on them, and every one of these owners know for a fact that I can go to jail if I'm selling this, I'm going to get fined out of existence. And by the way, to have it at all, it has to be registered with DISHES, and that's $500 per product conversation. So if I do it at that level, are you going to tell me that someone's going to be able to go to the street and get that same product? Maybe, probably do today anyway. But at least now I know when that product shows up on the street, I don't have to wonder if it's legal or not. And then we enforce it. So I will tell you, the threat of jail cells, even with people that are motivated by greed at the expense of the health of the public they serve it or give it to, are going to have a different opinion about doing it in Texas. So maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. I know what we're doing today. The state does not have enough money to deal with the enforcement, the inspection, the regulatory environment that everybody speaks to, and then pick up the tab in our Health and Human Services budget for all the addiction stuff that comes from allowing that to happen. It's not worth, the juice ain't worth the squeeze.
So let's talk about that juice and where it's getting squeezed. Consistently, about 65% of inmates in Texas have a substance use disorder. Would you agree with that?
I would have thought it had been higher, but 65 is enough for me, right? It's good.
The fiscal note on this bill doesn't have an estimate for the impacts on courts, jails, and probation systems from this bill. Do you anticipate that local property taxes will go up to address higher incarceration, prosecution, and treatment from this bill?
So what I hear you saying is it's going to cost us more, so let's let them run rampant. That's never an excuse.
I'm saying it's going to cost us one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm saying as we put this stake in the ground, that we're really clear with where we stand on this issue. There will be lesser of them. However, in the event we find them, we will prosecute. And if the owner knowingly did what he shouldn't have done, he will go to jail. Or if the manufacturer is doing what. So I have no problem with that. The day we acquiesce our job to public safety and the welfare of the state because it could cost us more to actually go after that is the day that the state of Texas ceases to be the state I want to live in.
Would you be in favor of taking, as a CPA, taking an honest look at the costs of arrest, investigation, prosecution, and incarceration for substance use disorder compared to the cost of robust regulation and substance use disorder treatment?
I'm not interested. I want it gone. Parents need to know that it's gone. We need to do what we need to do. As far as the cost analysis, I've been on HHSC committee since 2015, serving as vice chair. I promise you, if we didn't have a system that we chose not to do the hard thing and just say no to it, but we've allowed it to, quote, be regulated. We spend billions of dollars on addiction. We spend most of our health and consumers budget and a large part of this budget in this building on broken family issues. So I don't know how you put a dollar on that cost, but I'm telling you, it's a huge number if you can, and most importantly, it's a cost that we can never recover. I see this as an inflection point that we can decide to say no, and whatever it takes to extinguish it, we will do it. We did it with K2, bath salts, and spice. I know you and I are not going to agree that that's what this is. That is what is on the shelves today. It's the new K2. It's the new K2. So with that in mind, we don't get to lay our responsibility aside for fear that it may raise taxes. And if they're state jails, that's on the state dime. To get them there, yeah, there's an additional cost. The cost of not doing it to that community and that family is you can't put a dollar on it.
I completely agree with you that we need to zealously look at our issues with substance use disorder in our community and do everything we can to combat them. And I appreciate your commitment to that issue. I question the wisdom of a just say no policy and look forward to working with you on a way to constructively address substance use disorder in Texas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Just to answer your question, Senator Eckhart, the testimony in the press conference today, the police said where they could investigate and go undercover, 75% of what they found was illegal. That's what the police and the district attorneys say. Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to applaud your efforts and Senator, your efforts to aggressively go after this problem. Last fall, I did a 24-town town hall tour across rural West Texas. This was brought up at almost every stop. First by law enforcement, because they didn't have the tools to deal with this. Second, by school officials, saying that this is now a problem that's gotten all the way down into 5th and 6th grade, and there's no way to teach kids that are vaping using these products or any of the other types, gummies, whatever. Mental health authorities, and also our juvenile justice system. And so I think taking a hard line at this point to protect the children of Texas is the only way to go about this. I guess my only question to you is, I think part of, and this has already been mentioned today, part of what we're facing is a lack of understanding, I think, from our young people about how dangerous it is. Because not every kid's going to have a psychotic break. But as we heard this morning in the press conference and a few of those stories, we heard that across my district of folks who know children who have had psychotic breaks from this product, right? Or these products. And I don't think the parents understand the risk that their children, so they're not talking about it enough. My question is, are there things that we need to be doing in addition to this bill to help raise awareness?
That's a great question, and I think that we can initiate some boots on the ground methods with schools and PTAs and communities and churches to this is not it's non-discriminating. It's any kid that sees it on a shelf or somebody says, "Here, try this. It's kind of cool," not understanding what might be in that. So I think you've got multiple venues that you can put out the word. The biggest attack or education, if you will, is when those shut down. And parents will go, "Oh, must have been something to that." But we ought to consider some we get to do PSAs in our districts. Cable companies have to do so many a day. I would encourage every senator to go down and do a PSA about how bad this stuff is. And let them run it on TV. It's free. It doesn't cost you a dime. I know I got a campaign account. Most of us do. If we want to put an ad in the paper, there's other ways to get the message out. Most parents, fortunately, don't have kids involved in some of this, but the ones that they do, they don't. I have a parent yesterday or today show up and they said they're 20-something, came home with beverage-infused THC. And I got on my soapbox. I said, you got to stop that. They were of age. They were over 18. First time they'd been exposed to it. And he's like, well, a friend of mine gave it to me. I said, this is not good stuff. Actually, the beverage THC, and that's where the House and us have some conversations, they say the molecules in the alcohol component mix. And I asked somebody today in press, I said, under what universe does mixing alcohol and a drug end well for anybody? Who could ever think that was a good idea, right? But what I'm told is the science behind that is it attaches to the molecules differently and it makes your brain accept it quicker and want more of it. Lieutenant Governor was talking to someone in the restaurant association. They used to serve THC-infused beverages. They said after the second drink, the person literally was not themselves, that they were, 2 drinks to most people, you're not intoxicated. You may be a little buzzed, but you're not stumbling over yourself. They said they couldn't recognize them. So a lot of the restaurants do not serve THC-infused beverages for that effect. When you're mixing drugs and alcohol to begin with, that can't be smart. But when you're doing it and selling it to people as if it's legal and okay to do, you just took down one of the biggest barriers that people don't do things because they know it's illegal. Shame on them. But to your question specifically, we do have to need some education, and we probably ought to start education yesterday because we ain't going to get out of here till May. Or maybe October if it takes to pass this bill. Whenever it does. But until then, to your point, and it's a valid one, we've got kids going into these, our parents seeing their kids with it, our parents not knowing their kids with it that think it's safe and legal. And we need to get a PSA or we need to get a message going on out there that this stuff is not good. Thank you for the question.
Senator Perry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we're on suspension. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
24-7, 24 ayes, 7 noes. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 3. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 3 relating to the regulation of consumable hemp products and the hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products.
There is an amendment. Following amendment, Secretary will read the amendment. Excuse me, Senator Bettencourt. You are in her way.
For amendment number 1 by Perry.
You're recognized on your amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment requires that all legal consumable hemp products must be tested at a lab located in this state of Texas, and that lab must be registered with DEA. Additionally, the amendment requires that consumable hemp products be tested using the same testing methods that we have already established in hemp plants. This change ensures that Texas has the ability to have oversight over the labs and testing processes. There are currently 12 DEA registered labs in Texas, more than enough to accommodate the consumable hemp products that are still on the shelves.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. The following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 2 by Perry.
I'll wait till it gets to the back, Senator. On your amendment, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members. For those that are arguing that we should just regulate it, this is the first step in strong regulations. Just asked for some clarity and specificity into how we were going to, quote, register the products. This amendment requires that all consumable hemp products be registered with these dishes prior to being sold in retail state. Dishes will maintain a list of registered consumable hemp products on its public website to allow law enforcement and consumers easily to verify whether or not a product is legal. Additionally, the products will require to contain a QR code that, if scanned, will link to the product registration site. A registered product may not contain any synthetic or artificial ingredients, and a product may not be mixed with contain other mood-altering substances. The cost of registry is each product will be charged $500 to register into that in the order to appear in the registry. Additionally, the person commits a Class B misdemeanor if the person sells or possesses an unregistered product. The product registration key is a key tool to law enforcement because it will allow them to quickly determine if a product on the shelf is legal.
Senator Redcar, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Senator Perry. As I've said before, there is much to love in your bill, particularly with regard to the tightening regulation of this industry. And as a former prosecutor, I watched as cases for personal possession fell apart because officers couldn't identify the product. So I agree in principle with the QR code. I'm just looking at this, however. In order to get a unique QR code for each consumable hemp product, does this require a $500 fee on every package?
Every product.
So this would make each product package a $500 input for every saleable item.
That's correct.
Thank you for that clarification.
No problem.
Members, Senator Menendez, what purpose?
I just wanted to get clarification on that last exchange.
Do you yield, Senator Perry?
I yield.
So
let me put it this way. If you have 1,000 products on the shelves, all of them would be required to be registered, and each one of those would have paid a $500 registration fee to be registered in the portal.
I guess that's where I was trying to figure out what you were, if there is something that's 100% natural, it's agreed to, it's legal, it falls under the no THC, it's a hemp product, that individual package does not, each one of the packages does not pay the $500 fee, right?
No, it's the product category.
Class.
It's the SKU.
It's the SKU.
It's the SKU, SKU.
That's different. So
yeah. But if you have 1,000 SKUs,
yeah,
you're going to have 500 times each SKU.
That's fine, okay. But it's not each individual product. Yeah. Okay.
I didn't clarify. Not individual package, but the SKU. So a SKU, once it's registered, should, in good faith, if it doesn't change manufacturing, be there. But that's why we have the enforcement tool to check.
I'm 100% on board. Those last two amendments make this bill a lot better. If this, we're going to have to sit back and think about this because obviously nobody wants children to have access to anything that's going to hurt them. But thank you for answering my question.
No problem. Thank you.
Any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 3 by Perry.
Give everyone a moment to get it and read it. You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is going to the front end of the conversation from the supply chain, from the manufacturer to the retailer. Manufacturers and retailers that are creating or selling consumable hemp products without a license or retail registration from DSHS. These actors are attempting to avoid state regulations, and they're operating in an illegal marketplace. This amendment makes it a felony of third degree for a person to operate without a manufacturer license or a retail registration permit from DSHS.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
This, thank you. Question of the author, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Very good. So this is to try to get a
control of the manufacturing, and the
which
distribution
is
system.
Very positive, and also to put a control of this weed-like growth of these outlets that are going everywhere. Oh, this is positive. This is moving in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Senator, for your consideration. Any objection to the amendment? Hearing none. Oh, sorry, Senator Cook, I did not see your light. I'm sorry. Oh, you object. Okay. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
30 ayes, 1 nay. Your objection is registered.
No.
2? Okay. 29-2. Your 2 objections are registered. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 4 by Eckhart.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. As I have mentioned, I like a lot of the regulatory aspect of this bill. And in fact, I filed a bill to regulate all forms of THC. However, I believe this bill goes too far in that it would put out of business the consumable hemp industry in Texas. I share legitimate concerns regarding the sale of low THC products, like lack of age restrictions, questionable testing procedures, deceiving packaging, unscrupulous business practices. But I do believe that these issues can be addressed through effective regulatory environment that this bill creates for consumable hemp products. None of them require banning over a dozen forms of low THC products that, when regulated correctly, are no more dangerous than CBD or CBG. This amendment that I am offering today would strike all language that limits consumable hemp products to products that only contain CBD and CBG, but keeps the well thought out regulatory environment that Senator Perry lays out in Senate Bill 3. There are 7,700 active licenses to manufacture or sell consumable hemp products in Texas. There is no public health justification to warrant killing thousands of small businesses, especially not when the solution is in this bill. With that, I offer the amendment.
You recognize.
Well, I know this is going to shock you, but I'm a no on the amendment, but I do take exception with your last statement. And normally you wouldn't have that on an amendment. There is no threat of public safety. I wish you could talk to the parents, and they're just a representative of a large group. The larger group just didn't have the opportunity to come to the Capitol to tell their story. So the idea that there's not a public safety that justifies getting rid of these is just a factually inaccurate statement when you look at the families that have been affected by it. With that, I'm a no, sir.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado.
There being 4 ayes and 24 nays, the amendment fails. Senator Perry, you're recognized for passage to engrossment.
Move passage to engrossment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
24 ayes, 7 nays. The bill passes on engrossment. I believe you have the 25th vote. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
25 ayes, 6 nays. Constitutional 3-day rule. Chair lays out the constitutional 3-day rule is suspended, sorry. Senator Perry, you're recognized. Chair lays out in third reading and final passage committee substitute for Senate Bill 3. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 3 relating the regulation of consumable hemp products and the hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products.
Senator Blanco, what purpose?
Speak in favor of the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise today in support of Senate Bill 3 because I think we've got a responsibility to protect Texans from unsafe, unregulated products that are out there right now. I want to thank the author, Senator Perry, for bringing this to us. Look, we've seen a sharp increase in THC-infused products being sold in corner stores, in smoke shops, products that look like candy, that look like soda pop, things that look like snacks. Synthetic cannabinoids are significantly more potent than grown cannabis, and these products are ending up in the hands of kids. When you look at the data, the Texas Poison Control Network reported a 495% increase in marijuana-related calls involving children aged 5 and under between 2017 and in 2022. In 2017, before Texas deregulated hemp, those calls made up 4.8% of all cases. By 2022, after we legalized hemp, that number had jumped to 28.6%. Many of us are parents. As a father, I can't ignore that. And as a body, I don't believe we should ignore it. House Bill 1325, which legalized hemp in 2019, was never intended to allow intoxicating products to be sold with little oversight. And this bill closes that loophole. That was never the intent when we legalized hemp, and this bill fixes that loophole. Just as important, this bill does not impact the compassionate use program, and I had several conversations with the author, and thank you, Senator Perry. As a veteran, I know people who struggle with PTSD, chronic pain, and other serious conditions. These are my buddies. These are my family members that served. And I've seen how cannabis under a healthcare provider's direction can change lives. That's why I've supported the compassionate use program from day one. And I'm going to continue to support those efforts to expand the program. And as Senator Perry, I appreciate your thoughtful approach to ensuring those patients maintain that access. This bill is about safety and it's about accountability. It's about making sure Texas can trust what's being sold in their communities while preserving access to legitimate medical treatment. For these reasons, I'll be voting in support of this bill. Thank you.
Senator Blanco, thank you for your thoughtful comment on the bill. Something that Senator Eckhart said, members, and I shared this with some other senators, these are not small business people. We only have 1,000 McDonald's in Texas and about 1,300 Starbucks, and suddenly in 2 years, 8,000 people decided to open a smoke shop. This is all connected. We just don't have time to do an investigation on it. Maybe we will when some violators break this law. Trust me, all these thousands of people just didn't come up with an idea to have a smoke shop in the last 24 months. Like the lottery system. We found out that a lot of people were working together. Senator Perry, you are recognized, and I wish this were going out of here 31-0, members. I wish it was going out 31-0. I think it's, if I put in 17 years my top bills, this would be in my top 5. Because we know kids are getting poisoned today and adults, and we have something to do about it. You're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, members. And on behalf of the family that have experienced hardships and hopefully to prevent the ones of the future that would have if not for this bill, I thank you for that. To your point, this industry is not very old. These are not legitimate small business operators as in the usual context. Prior to 19, they didn't exist. The beverage industry didn't have an opportunity to sell THC-infused beverages prior to 19. So this is not going to, it's not going to change their world much. Some of these hemp shops may go out of business, but they brought this on themselves. And I remind people, go back to 19 and listen to that clearly. This is the day that I predicted, unfortunately, has came. Thank you again for your support. Move final passage, committee substitute, Senate Bill 3.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
24 ayes and 7 no votes. Thank you, Senator Perry. Members, I need your attention. Just want everyone to be listening so we're not moving too fast. Senator Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. President, members, I have an announcement. Pursuant to Senate Rule 7.12A, the printing rule, I move to order the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1 not be printed by the Senate. This is the General Appropriations Bill. Ordering the bill not printed will dispense with an official printing by E&E. However, each member will be provided 2 copies of the committee substitute. One will be delivered to each member's office by the close of business today. Another copy will be placed on the member's floor desk for use during the consideration of the budget next week. And the budget will be on the floor on Tuesday, March the 25th, 2025. Again, I ask the Senate order the committee substitute, Senate Bill 1, not be printed.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Huffman. We're running a little ahead of schedule, right? Sometimes the budget's not until April, but it's going to be the end of March. Great work. We want to get it over there. And you lost a week with the storms in the second week of January. Senator Creighton, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 12.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. Today I'm laying out committee substitute for Senate Bill 12 to protect the rights of Texas parents. This bill is very similar to Senate Bill 8 from last session. 80 to 90% of this bill, members, was passed by this body 2 years ago in 2023. I appreciate all of you working with me to continue these efforts. At its core, the Texas Parental Bill of Rights in Education is about reaffirming that parents are the chief decision makers for their children and making it clear that their fundamental role in their child's education, their moral and religious upbringing is decided by their parents. The bill strengthens parental rights in education by guaranteeing their ability to make educational choices, to access school records, requiring consent for any medical, psychiatric, or psychological treatments involving their child. This bill also ensures that parents have full access to their child's curriculum, library materials, test scores, attendance records, and that they're notified if there is any change to their child's mental or physical safety. The legislation further upholds parental authority by giving them the ability to opt their child in or out of specific programs, such as sex education, so that they can make an informed choice that aligns with their family values. Parents are now required to provide consent for student clubs and clubs based on sexual orientation or gender identity will be prohibited. It also strengthens the channels of communication between parents and teachers and administrators, reinforcing the importance of all of these individuals collaborating together in an effort to ensure student success. Another key provision of Senate Bill 12 is the prohibition of DEI mandates in K through 12 public schools. This bill builds upon our ban of teaching critical race theory, and it goes further to ensure that our classrooms remain focused on academic excellence rather than politics. It prevents schools from implementing DEI requirements in trainings, hiring practices, or granting special benefits based on race, ethnicity, gender identity, or sexual orientation. All districts must adopt a policy outlining disciplinary actions if an employee is not in compliance with the ban on DEI and CRT. And additionally, certify in a public meeting that their campuses are in compliance with both laws. That said, I want to be clear that the bill explicitly protects the teachings of historical and cultural significance related to state and federal holidays, ensuring that students continue to learn about our country's diverse history without politically driven mandates. The bill has clear exceptions, allowing school districts to combat real discrimination while prohibiting divisive DEI concepts. Additionally, committee substitute for Senate Bill 12 expands school choice by allowing eligible students to transfer to another district without being charged tuition, public-to-public transfers, provided there is space available. Districts are required to report their enrollment capacity by campus and grade level in a facilities usage report consistent with what other states currently require of their public schools. And similar to the Parental Bill of Rights, Senate Bill 8, last session, this bill includes a formal grievance process for parents to make sure that their voices are heard. There are strict timelines to resolve grievances, and decisions are binding. And if a district loses 5 or more appeals members, their superintendent would be required to testify in a public hearing before the State Board of Education. At its core, committee substitute for Senate Bill 12 is about affirming what most of us believe to be common sense, preventing political agendas from creeping into the classroom, and ensuring that people who know what's best for our kids, specifically their parents, have the strongest voice in their child's education, as it should be. Government's not granting any rights here, members. These are God-given rights that we are reaffirming and restating in 2025 as parents report more than ever difficulties in participating in the day-to-day involvement in their kids' education in their K through 12 experience. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider committee substitute for Senate Bill 12.
Senator West, for what purpose?
Question of the author.
Do you yield, Senator Creighton?
Yes.
You recognize Senator West.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Creighton, this bill is about parental choice. Is that correct? Parental rights. Is that right?
That's right. It's an omnibus bill titled Parental Rights in Education. That's right.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of questions about this bill. Is this bill consistent with Section 35 of our rules, which is the subject and titles of bills? That is, no bill shall contain more than one subject?
It is, Senator West. It's an omnibus education bill, but it's broadly captioned and encompasses several different sections related to parents' rights in education.
Parents' rights in education. Okay. Madam Chair, Mr. President, I'm moving a point of order on this bill. Constitutional point of order, violation of Section 35, subject and title of bills.
Senator, that bill is not yet before the body. You can bring the point of order once it's before the body.
I guess you're right about that. I'm getting kind of antsy about this, but as soon as it comes before the body, I'm gonna raise that point of order.
We'll come back to you.
Okay, no, before you come back to me, let me ask some other questions.
Okay. You're recognized, Senator.
All right, thank you. I noticed that in your DEI section, on page 2, starting with line 241, there are prohibitions of diversity, equity, and inclusion. That has nothing to do with parental rights, does it? That has to do with prohibiting diversity programs. Would you agree?
Senator West, just as I mentioned about the omnibus nature of the bill, yes, obviously with taxpayer-funded schools, it's certainly an expectation of our families across Texas, our parents, to understand exactly what is and is not appropriate in a public school setting. And so fostering these DEI units and obviously the unintended consequences of having these efforts, especially with what we have before us and many studies showing the lack of progress that they have brought forward, yes, I believe that it's absolutely tied to parents' expectations as they fund public schools and as they have their children attend as students in public schools.
That was pretty good right there.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Wait a minute.
I want you to go to line 47. One of the prohibitions is promoting differential treatment of or providing special benefits to individuals based on race, color, or ethnicity. You say nothing about gender in this. Why is that?
Tell me again the line you reference.
Line 4748. You with me? Promoting differential treatment of or providing special benefits to individuals on the basis of race, color, or ethnicity. So you're able to do it based on gender, but not based on those prohibitions carried that are listed there?
That's correct.
Okay. In Senate Bill 17 that you passed last session, did you not also include gender as one of the prohibitions or categories that was included that you couldn't differentiate treatment based on?
There are some differences between this legislation for K through 12 and the Senate Bill 17 for higher education. There are, yes.
And that's one of them?
That's correct.
What are the other ones?
I can't hear you very well, Senator
Really? I said, what are the other ones? I mean, in Senate Bill 17, you put gender in there as one of the subcategories that we couldn't use in our universities to differentiate treatment to. But here, for some reason, you took gender out, and I'm just trying to figure out why.
Senator West, you're pointing to line 44 through 47. This is consistent with.
I'm at line 47 through 49. Promoting differential treatment of or providing special benefits to individuals on the basis of race, color, or ethnicity. In Senate Bill 17, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you also included gender, but for some reason, you're not including gender here, and I'm asking why.
It's my understanding those lines 47 through 49 are consistent with Senate Bill 17.
So,
in Senate Bill 17, we have a provision very similar, promoting differential treatment of or providing special benefits to individuals on the basis of race, color, or ethnicity.
Do you include gender in there at all?
I read the provision in its entirety.
Okay. And when you use gender identity on line 52, and also or sexual orientation, again, that deals with someone being LGBTQ or transgender, is that correct?
That's correct. That's a reference other than biological sex. In other words, how a particular student identifies.
Gotcha, okay. And so, is this particular provision telling what happens if a school district has a diversity program? What's the impact as it relates to state funding?
Tell me in particular about the diversity program, but if there are groups on campus in K through 12 that are based upon sexual orientation, as an example, then that group could no longer continue to be in existence just if they are just solely based on sexual orientation.
You do not prevent a staff person from serving as their advisor, do you?
Well, for groups that can continue to exist, they certainly can serve as in an advisory role, but they could not instruct. But for groups that cannot exist, they would obviously no longer need a staff person.
So from that vantage point, if a school violates this particular provision, assuming it becomes law, what are the ramifications for that school? Do they lose any funding or what?
Well, there are enforcement provisions and grievance provisions related to exactly which gets us back to your first question on how is this related to parents' rights in education that could be enforced through that grievance process, which would start local, and if not satisfied local, it could go up to a hearings examiner.
So if someone feels aggrieved by this, they could turn around and file a complaint. That's what I'm hearing, and go through the grievance process.
That's correct, and there are also requirements for a school district to develop a policy to make sure that their teachers and administrators are following these particular provisions, and to develop punitive related policies if they don't, and if there are...
What type of punitive related policies can be developed?
Well, there could be some sort of sanction at work in employment, or if there were violations that rose to a certain level, that employee could be terminated. Second to that, in that same line of thinking, there are requirements that if a particular school continues to be in violation, let's say there were 5 of those violations that continued to rise through that grievance process to where the school was found to be not compliant with state law, that superintendent could be required to go into a public hearing at the State Board of Education to explain why that school is consistently out of compliance with the law.
Okay, and that's kind of a normal process in many instances with everything else we do.
Yes, sir.
If indeed a person feels as though they've been singled out by the school district, as an example, let's talk about employment, okay? You forbid the use of any of these criteria for purposes of employment. And if a person feels aggrieved that they were not considered based on race, how would they be able to file a claim based on that? And if so, how would they go about doing it?
Tell me again the origin.
You have a situation, let's just say there's reverse discrimination. Let's use reverse discrimination. That a school, there's several people in a group, and a person feels as though that they weren't selected even though they thought they were the best person, and they believe it was reverse discrimination, and they wanted to file a complaint. Are they able to file a complaint? If so, how would they go about doing it?
Well, the bill doesn't change any current frameworks for how people feel that they find redress through equal opportunity employment type provisions or federal or state laws that protect against discrimination.
Okay, would you, and I'm going to visit with you about this a little later, there are at least 2 statutes on the books here in the state of Texas under Chapter 21 of the Labor Code, and also the Practice and Remedies Code that deals with discrimination and being able to file causes of actions based on those 2 particular statutes. You agree that we should have statutes in place in order to make certain that if someone feels as though they've been discriminated against, that they have an ability to file a case and have their day in court. You agree with that?
Beyond the scope of this bill, Senator West, I certainly agree that the bill should not change in any way someone's redress through the courts to protect themselves against discrimination.
Well, okay, it is related to this, and also to Senate Bill 17 that was filed last session, and all the other DEI stuff that we're dealing with. The ability of doing away with discrimination, period. Because that's what you're attempting to do, right? Do away with discrimination, make sure there's no differential treatment based on the color of one's skin or ethnicity, at least. Is that correct?
That's correct. Equal opportunity for all.
Right, and if someone is not afforded equal opportunity, then the question is whether or not there's adequate redress, because having these particular laws on the books are kind of hollow if a person doesn't have the ability to be able to seek redress. Wouldn't you not agree?
I agree, and this bill does not change their redress through the courts.
Well, but again, it doesn't solve the whole problem.
You and I have talked before.
And let me just kind of give you my thoughts on the whole problem. If we're going to do away with discrimination, we also need to make certain we kind of look at the causes of actions that persons have in order to seek redress. That's what I'm saying. You may or may not agree with that, but I think it's logical. And if indeed there are barriers to persons being able to file a reverse discrimination case because of a violation of Senate Bill 17 or this provision of the bill, it seems that we would address that issue now since we're going through this particular process. You would or would not agree with that?
I agree that nothing about the bill changes that course of action for any particular employee or potential employee, but I'm also working to pass this bill to make sure that everyone has an equal opportunity, but that at the end of the day, merit is the reason why certain individuals are chosen for the job. And if someone feels disenfranchised, your hypothetical relies upon someone that, based on their feelings, that reverse discrimination might exist. Would they or would they not have the same redress through the courts or the state or federal protections? They certainly would.
Okay, and here's the situation. And I know it's not this particular bill, but if indeed there's some obstacles to being able to do that, you would work with me on making sure we remove those obstacles, would you not?
Absolutely.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Senator West. Senator Kolkhorst, for what purpose?
To ask the author some questions.
You yield, Senator Creighton.
I yield.
You recognize Senator Kolkhorst.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Creighton, you've worked really hard on public education. You've got a great committee. I know those exchanges are very important. I'm going to ask something really specific about this, and that is, I'm going to give you an example. Gosh, it was last night we were hearing a bill in Senate Health and Human Services Committee, and one of the bills is going to correct the fact that parents, believe it or not, are in some situations being prohibited from seeing their children's medical records. And this has kind of come to light, and I think A.G. Paxton's been working on this, and so I'm going to have a little bill to clarify that parents actually still have access to a minor's record, right? I mean, the medical record, that would be kind of common sense.
That is a fundamental tenet of this bill, yes. To be able,
that's
for
what I'm getting to,
is
parents are in charge of minors. We've established that for a long time in statute, in case law. Under the age of 18, there's lots of things that are recognized in that. I'm going to have a bill to clarify on medical records. This bill, Senate Bill 12, does some of that clarification. So let me ask a question about student clubs. Pretty interested in that part of the bill, okay? And how does Senate Bill 12 make changes? Like, for example, I think sometimes parents don't know that their children are part of a club. Now, I know as a mother of a student athlete, and I was a student athlete myself, my goodness, if you're going to be a student athlete, you have to sign all kind of forms, whether that's proving you have insurance, you have to prove all this other stuff. You know that your son or daughter, daughter might be in track, son's playing football, playing baseball. But it has happened and evolved that sometimes parents don't know that children are in a club. So does committee substitute to Senate Bill 12 actually make parents sign off on knowing what club they're in?
Not only is there parental consent considerations in the bill, but there are certain clubs that will no longer be allowed in the legislation. So I can give you some examples of that, but right off the bat, the bill prohibits clubs related to sexual orientation or sexual identity if they're solely based on those tenets. So
those are banned.
And that's consistent with the rest of the bill, that there can be no classroom instruction on sexual orientation and sexual identity, which is consistent with the health TEKS. There are clubs that obviously are allowed in the bill, and I can give you some examples of that, but parental consent for all clubs, as you asked, would be required. So the answer to your question is yes. But clubs, depending on what they're based upon in their origin, could have staff that are a sponsor, but that staff can't provide any type of curriculum type instruction. They're just solely to be a sponsor and to be present while those kids are meeting on campus, right?
Right.
And then there are other clubs that don't have any type of instruction restriction at all, which would be a Democrat or Republican club. They wouldn't have any restrictions on them to still be, in existence after this bill passes. A chess club, a math club, a language club, any of those types of clubs, still fine, right? But there's not an instruction restriction on them for their sponsor. But a club specifically about a gay-straight alliance or a trans student association, they could not form a club just based on sexual orientation or sexual identity.
Well, thank you for that clarification. Again, I go back to a parent's rights in knowing what your child is involved in. And most, I would say, parents want to know what their children are doing before school or after school, what club they have joined, what club that maybe sometimes parents say, my child's a little isolated. You need to join one of these clubs. You need to get involved, with some of our children that sometimes are not involved in, say, cheerleading or the band or UIL competitions. A club is a great outlet. So in your bill, in Committee Substitute to Senate Bill 12, you kind of you define that we're going to get rid of these clubs up here and just say that has no place in our schools. We're going to have clubs that actually can exist, but they're without instruction. And then the third layer is these are clubs, and they can have instruction.
And they require political consent, parental consent.
That's what I wanted to know, is that the parent is still involved in a children's life when they're under the age of 18 and they're involved in their high school. They're still, for the most part, or a guardian. They're living under our rooftops. We are entrusted by the good Lord to guide them into adulthood. So I just want to make that clear, and I think you have a great bill here.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, the bill's very consistent with how it delineates, as you say, on the clubs and what's required on academic instruction. So if we're not going to allow sexual orientation type of curriculum to be advanced outside of what the health TEKS already requires, which it doesn't allow that, then we couldn't have a club based on that with a teacher that is sponsoring and offering instruction to that club, because otherwise the other provisions of the bill would be nullified. So it's very consistent, but as you and I both know, it's also okay broadly for parents to give consent for a teacher or a sponsor to sponsor a club and lead a club that might talk about controversial topics, like a Democrat club or a Republican club or what have you. And they will be able to continue to be a sponsor. So we have very specific exclusions. It's very consistent with the rest of the legislation that we supported on this floor 2 years ago for almost 90% of the provisions of this same bill.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for your clarification. Again, you've got a good bill.
Thank you so much.
Bill here. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Senator Colcourse.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Series of questions to the author, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Creighton?
Yes,
You're recognized, Senator Miles.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Creighton. Senator Creighton, I've said too much this session that I'm generally worried about our public education schools. And there has been a consistent strategy to demonize and defund the great equalizer in our society, known as public education. This bill seems to create a double standard, though. All the programs and strategies that traditionally uplift minority students seem to be under attack. Stay with me. Senator, it seems that in your bill language, you equate DEI with discrimination. I ask this every time a DEI bill comes up, and I'll ask it again. Not to insult your intelligence, but do you know what DEI actually is?
Yes. I mean, obviously, there's many different subjective references to what an individual feels that diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts actually provide, but I understand the nomenclature, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
So do you understand it to mean that DEI is a framework for building institutions where everyone belongs and is able to thrive while addressing systematic barriers that have historically excluded marginalized communities? The ACLU. Do you understand it to be that?
I don't agree that it accomplishes that, but I understand the point that you're making.
Hold on, before we go. We got time, brother. Do you understand that it's the ACLU? Would you like for me to read it again? DEI is the framework for building institutions where everyone belongs and is able to thrive while addressing systematic barriers that have historically excluded marginalized communities. That's what the definition of DEI is. Do you understand it to be that?
I understand the ACLU's definition, yes.
Okay. Senator, are you aware that Title VII of the Civil Rights Act already prevents hiring on the basis of race, ethnicity, or gender?
Those are the intended goals of the act, yes.
Senator, are you aware that Title VII of the Civil Rights Act already prevents hiring on the basis of race, ethnicity, or gender?
In an ideal world, yes, that's what Title VII is supposed to accomplish, yes.
Since there is already a federal law on the books, why do we even need this state law?
Why do we need this bill today?
Why do we need this state law? Since there's already federal law on the books, why do we need this state law?
Well, conversely, Senator Miles, I could say if we have Title VII, why do we need DEI units?
Conversely, again, I'm going to read you the definition.
Thank you.
Of DEI. It is the framework, Senator Creighton, for the building of institutions where everyone belongs and is able to thrive while addressing systematic barriers. Systematic barriers has been built over years and that have historically excluded marginalized communities. And if Title VII is there already in the Civil Rights Act, it prevents hiring on the basis of race and ethnicity for genders. That's the federal law. So tell me in simple words, why do you think we need this state law? Please, sir.
Senator Miles, study after study shows that DEI is not working and achieving its intended outcomes. At the same time, there are...
So I will go back to my previous statement. You believe DEI is a means of discrimination?
There have been absolute concrete examples of discrimination with DEI units, yes.
So you believe, simple yes or no, you believe really that DEI is discrimination?
Well, yes, just as we talked about in Senate Bill 17 2 years ago. For instance, A&M had excluded all Asian Americans from DEI strategies. Texas Tech professors were being terminated for pledging to treat every student equally. There was incredible examples of division among vulnerable minority populations on campus with these DEI efforts. And now we have assistant superintendents across Texas in public schools making up to $283,000 a year to foster the same type of policies that take us backwards.
I think there lies the rooted problem that you're terminating DEI as a racist tool. But we'll get back to that, Senator. Senator, this law isn't just going to affect teachers. Is that correct? It's going to affect students just as badly. Would you agree? In this bill?
This bill affects...
It's not going to just affect teachers, but students will be affected as well.
This bill affects all of those that attend or work at a public school, K through 12 in Texas.
That attend and work at public schools. So, and students attend public schools. So this bill, in your agreement, is going to affect students as well. As a matter of fact, they're going to get the worst of the blunt. Because I want to walk with you and talk with you about a few scenarios that can and will happen in schools if this bill passes. Will you allow me to do that, Senator Creighton? Can you walk with me, brother?
I will.
Okay. Senator, are you aware that black students make up about 13% of all public schools? 13%?
I'm aware.
State of Texas? You aware of that?
I thought that percentage was a little bit higher, but I'm with you.
This is about 691,000 students. Are you also aware that last school year, only 47,000 teachers of the total 381,000 teachers in Texas were African American? You stand with me on that one?
I stand with you on that one.
Okay. So if we do the quick math, that means there's about one African American teacher for about every 15 African American students in the state of Texas. We still there?
Yes.
Okay. By contrast, there are about 204,000 white teachers and about 114,000 Hispanic teachers. Odds are, if you're going to have a school in which the culture of the teacher probably will not match the culture of the students. This bill, though, does not allow for training that references race, color, or ethnicity. Is that correct? That's part of this bill. It won't allow for any training. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If the numbers show that this disparity is that bad, Senator Creighton, shouldn't we be passing policies that would help the cultural competence and address obvious instead of purposely burying our heads in the sand? Because the numbers show that you're not going to get teachers that's going to be teaching, they're off. So shouldn't we be working to pass policies to help with the cultural competency? Wouldn't that make a little sense? Because, as I always say on the Senate floor, the strength of Texas is in its diversity. Would you agree we should be maybe doing some training for that?
No, I don't believe.
I know that's not what your bill does, but I'm just asking.
Separate from a public school environment, that would be
separate.
That would be just fine, Senator Miles, and any of these organizations that these teachers choose to pay $500 to $1,000 a year in dues, they can organize conferences where they can choose to meet, but it can't be tied to tax money related to the funding of these schools, and it can't be fostering these DEI efforts on campus. We've seen many examples of mid-size and large districts spending a substantial amount of resources to promote DEI on campus as an ideology that simply focuses on all the things that make us different, like race and ethnicity and sexual orientation, instead of focusing on what unites us in creating equal, not different or separate, but equal opportunities together.
Well, you're probably right there, because when that was found, you could also find if you have a group of teachers that are different from the culture that their students are, that it harms the students and it harms in training those teachers, but it would not harm to train those teachers and how best to interact with those students in that culture. That's probably why you were finding so many money being spent training those people, because they were trying to be preventive, because it would help the students learn. And shouldn't we aim to reach students where they are instead of forcing students to conform to what the state believes they should be as a student?
I don't believe.
Would you agree with me with that statement?
I don't.
You don't agree?
I don't believe that the outcomes will be equal to the results of what you're implying. We have study after study after study that shows that common diversity or implicit bias trainings for educators yield little long-term change in attitudes or behavior, and that reviews of dozens of these experiments and studies show such sessions often only boost short-term awareness with no lasting effect on actual behavior at all. So all of these multiple studies across the nation that have been conducted and triple confirmed and verified by other entities and validated over the last 10 years show that as noble as using the nomenclature diversity, equity, and inclusion may be, the outcomes are absolutely not what was an intended consequence of creating these units.
I'm sure as many studies as you can find to prove your point, I can find just as many to prove my point. So we'll leave that there. How about that?
I'm really confident in the studies I'm using, Senator Miles.
We would not have started, there would not have been a DEI process, and we all should be able to agree that culturally, if you have a teacher in the classroom that can relate to the culture of the kids that they're teaching, that kids do better. That's simple. That's common sense. But shouldn't we aim to reach students where they are instead of
common
trying
sense,
to force?
but not the outcome.
I'm asking the question, brother. It's your bill. Respect. Should we aim to reach the students where they are instead of forcing those students to conform to what students of the state of Texas believes should the students be? Shouldn't we be reaching out to reach those students where they are instead of conforming to what we think they should be?
Senator Miles, there's nothing about this legislation that keeps all teachers of any race from continuing to teach all students of any race. There's nothing about this legislation that prevents that.
And I didn't say there was, Senator. I'm asking you, should we not?
I misunderstood your last 10 minutes then. I'm thinking that you're saying that something about this bill keeps teachers from being able to teach students that are of similar cultures or race in these classrooms, and this bill doesn't change that.
Okay, then let me ask you this. Isn't this bill about keeping our kids safe and included? This bill is about keeping our kids safe and included. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that without the DEI units, we will have a more inclusive environment fostered on campus. Yes, I believe that. I know you and I disagree on that.
Isn't that what this bill is about? It's keeping our kids safe and inclusive campus? Is that right?
This bill is about parental rights and education and their expectations being breached by people like you and I that hold elective office and think that as we put power, control, institutions, government, and politics ahead of parents, we know what's best. And at the end of the day, our moms and dads and our grandmothers and grandfathers and guardians know what's best. So our legislative agenda this session with this bill and many other bills will be to reaffirm that and make sure that Texas leads the nation with a model that stands up for kids, not institutions.
Okay. Well, I'm going to let you and Senator West debate that particular area of this bill, because I think this bill has some other meaning in it as well. But let's move on. I'm going to also let you know that I fear that students' achievements will be affected by this bill, Senator Creighton. When a child does not feel safe or expect in their schools that they can learn to their highest learning potential. If we start seeing a widening of achievement gaps along minority lines and underserved students with this bill after removal of DEI, what's the state of Texas plan to do after that, Senator Creighton? With this bill, when we start to see a widening gap of achievement and for underserved students, what's the state of Texas going to do after that? Do we have a plan?
Yeah, this bill will...
Do we have a plan?
This bill will absolutely
Do we have a plan, Senator Creighton?
I tell you what, Senator Miles, you tell me full stop when you're finished, and I'll know where I will go. Yeah, absolutely, we have a plan. We have an entire legislative agenda this session set up designed to increase student outcomes, and consequently, nothing in this legislation that is race-neutral policies to address how our campuses are managed will affect that.
But if possible that it does, when it does the state of Texas have a plan for those marginalized students at that time?
Senator Miles, I don't believe or concede that this bill in any way, shape, or form will reduce student outcomes for our public school students. In fact, I believe this bill will bring our public school students together in a way that is not fostered and offered through DEI units separating students, in a way that's absolutely exclusive in what we're seeing through all of these national studies and what absolutely happened as irrefutable fact on our higher education campuses. So I believe everyone will be more united. I believe everyone will be more aligned. They will find common ground instead of being encouraged to be separated from one another and suspicious and skeptical of one another and constantly working in a way that excludes one another. And outcomes in this environment following the removal of these DEI units will increase because of that. That is culture, that is harmony, that is bringing people together, race neutral, and that is what equal opportunity and equal treatment should be all about.
And Senator Creighton, all I'm asking that is if standardized test scores, graduation rates, or college acceptance rates decline for certain groups, will the state of Texas consider reintroducing some form of equity initiative? That's all I'm asking.
We're not focused on equity initiatives. We're focused on equal opportunities for all of our students and providing the supports for each and every one of our individual students, regardless of what they look like or what their family's bank account is like or what their specific challenges are. And our legislative agenda in the Senate Education K through 16 committee this session has an incredible national model legislative agenda to provide those exact types of supports, not just for our students, but for our teachers and ultimately historic funding for our schools. So you and I and all the members on this floor will continue to work together to address any student outcome needs.
So I'm going to assume the answer to my question is no. So let's move on. As part of this bill, it states that schools can have student clubs based on race, sex, color, ethnicity, but the sponsor, teacher, cannot provide any instructions or on any topic in that capacity. They can only be there in a supervisory position. Is that correct?
That's correct. For certain clubs on campus, that's exactly correct.
So what does that mean? If there was a black student carpentry club at a high school, an all-black high school has a student carpentry club, does that mean that the shop teacher cannot teach the students the safety of how to use the tools?
Yeah, let me explain as
Can I just get an answer to the question? If I'm at a school in my neighborhood and we have a carpentry class, can the teacher express to us, since they're supposed to be just in a supervisory role, can that carpentry teacher show us how to use the tools? Because your bill reads he's just there in a sponsorship position.
Yes, and my answer was, let me explain how my bill deals with sponsors and clubs. And then your answer was, that's not good enough. So if you want to provide my answers for me, I need your staff to bring those to my staff. If you want me to provide my answers to you from the heart, then let me run as soon as you say full stop, and I'll provide you that same courtesy. Deal?
I don't, not almost, yeah, deal, but I know where your heart is, but I know what this bill says too.
I'm covering the bill.
So my question was, I know where your heart is, but I know what this bill says too, and
I'm
that's
covering the
what
bill.
I'm pertaining to what's in this bill. What your heart is, your bill is two different places. So let me ask the question.
Members, Senator Miles, you have the floor to ask questions. Senator Creighton, answer the questions upon the completion of Senator Miles' completing of the question. Thank you, members.
So if I can restate the question, and not where I want to go where the bill says, not where your heart is, brother. My question is, if there is a carpentry club at an inner city school, can the person teach us how to use the tools? Because in your bill, not in your heart, it says that they're there in a supervisory position.
Under your example, if other students are excluded from that club, you could have a sponsor or a teacher supervise but not provide instruction. If that club was designed to allow inclusivity, because the club you described is exclusive of others. If you truly want inclusivity, Senator Miles, then you would be okay under the bill to have a sponsor with no instruction on restrictions. So do you want a club that's exclusive? But how could you be for DEI? Or do you want a club that's inclusive that has a teacher that provides instruction for all? Which is it? Full stop.
Senator Creighton, the exclusive and inclusive at a school in my community, it's going to be inclusive of all possibly the same race. I saw where you were trying to go, but stay with me. My question just asked, if I'm at an African-American school in Houston, Texas, Jackie H, my alma mater, if I'm at Jackie H where it's all black, pertaining to your bill, and we have a carpentry club, can the person that just claimed in your bill the supervisor's position, can he, all I'm asking, can he teach us how to use the tools? That's simple. Just yes or no.
Senator Miles, under your hypothetical, you don't have to describe a club that is only for black students in carpentry, because if your entire
But that's all we got. I'm just
man,
trying to...
I can't believe that the one-way street you're asking me to drive down right now. You've got to full stop and let me give you an answer, or we don't need to be here. We're wasting everyone's time.
Yeah, you are, because I'm just simply asking. Can he teach us how to use a carpentry equipment? That's all I'm asking.
And I repeated your hypothetical. If your school is all African American, you don't need an all black carpentry club. It is already all African American. Therefore, the sponsor of the bill
so can the person that's got the club, can he teach us how to use the tools, Senator Creighton? If they're in the club, can he teach us how to use the tools?
If it's,
Yes or no?
if it's a carpentry club, yes.
Okay, so he can teach us how to use the tools.
But that's not what you said. You said a club for black students in carpentry.
Okay, take out.
Well, let me tell you, on this floor, your rhetoric matters.
If we have a guitar club, can they teach us how to pick the guitar?
Yes.
Thank you.
Because it's for all students, right?
All the students are there.
Okay,
yeah.
now we're on a different hypothetical, so my answer is yes.
Can he teach us how to pick the guitar?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If under this legislation, the teacher exists simply to be a sponsor, what purpose does the club itself serve? Wouldn't it just be easier at that point to just hang out together at someone's house after school? If they're just a sponsor.
Well, Senator Miles, we know that there's...
Your bill specifically says, I'm sorry, I wasn't finished. My fault. Because the bill specifically states that person is just there in a sponsor role. They're not there to give any instructions. They're just there in a sponsor role, correct?
Here I go, okay? Here's my answer. There are clubs where teachers can provide instruction with no restriction. There are clubs that are allowed where teachers are supervisory as a sponsor. As you just mentioned, the answer to your question is, in that example, kids need sponsors. Kids need students on a high school campus or a K-12 campus. They need supervision. These are taxpayer-funded assets, right? These are environments where kids could get rowdy and get hurt. So yes, a supervisory role would absolutely allow these students to get together, but it would also keep order, because you know what? Not all the time students in the same organization or club get along.
So no instructional, just supervise. So I can be clear.
No restrictions for a sponsor or a teacher on a Democrat or Republican club, a chess club, a carpentry club, a math club. There would be, no clubs allowed that are specifically for sexual orientation or gender identity as the base or the root cause of the organization of that club, but those students could join other clubs. They could also get together and meet off campus without a sponsor or a supervising teacher. It depends in the bill exactly what club you're talking about, and that's why I'm being nuanced.
So let's close this section out like this. Simple yes or no question. Senator Creighton, is this bill an attempt to make it impossible to have racially and culturally based clubs at public schools?
The clubs that are allowed in this bill, Senator Miles, allow all races to join.
Right. So, again, is it an attempt to make it impossible to have a racially and culturally based club at public schools?
Under this bill, you could have a Black Students Association club at Aldine High School.
You can.
But instruction would just be not allowed. You could just have a supervisor to make sure students were in order and stayed safe.
Gotcha. I understand. So we can have a Black student body club, or you just don't want the teacher to give any education or any history or to instruct in any way. Is that correct? That's how you want that?
Yes, that's what I was trying to explain.
There we go.
That's what I was trying to explain 15 minutes ago when you cut me off 5 times. But yes, that's true. Yeah.
I'm a little boy from public inner city school.
You and I both. I'm a little kid from Cut and Shoot, Texas. So,
what do you tell the students
I'm not going to readdress that. Let's close out, Senator Creighton. We have addressed hiring, and we have addressed what this bill would do to student clubs. But this legislation goes further and creates a formal grievance procedure related to DEI. Is that correct? So now we're filing grievances. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's enforcement in the bill. It's correct.
You call it enforcement, but in the bill it's called grievance, correct?
That's right. Those are both accurate, yeah.
So, Senator, let me ask you a question. Can you name me an instance that would be a grievance worthy under this bill where DEI initiatives in Texas K through 12 schools have resulted in measurable harm to a student or educator? Like me to repeat the question?
Sure.
Okay. Can you name me an instance that would be a grievance worthy under this bill and DEI and in a K through 12 school in Texas that has resulted in measurable harm to a student or an educator? Have there been any complaints? Have there been anything that complaint should have been filed that you know of?
Just as an example, Senator Miles, we have Richardson ISD's Executive Director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion offering a case-by-case scenario when it comes to allowing boys to room with girls on school-sponsored events. So my question back to you would be, when I give you these examples, what will you then in turn say? The bill is okay?
I think that's stupidity on that individual's part, but that's stupidity on any adult's part to have children rooming together and one's male, one's female. So I don't see that being an example of a DEI initiated problem. That's stupidity on that individual's part at Richardson School. I'm going to repeat the question again. Can you give me a grievance worthy under this bill where DEI initiatives in K through 12 schools have resulted in measurable harm to a student or an educator, not stupidity?
Senator Miles, I'd love to just stay with my example that I just gave.
Okay, so the answer to my question is no, you can't.
Oh, the answer to your question is
the answer to my question is no, you cannot give me an example.
Members, Senator Miles, please allow Senator Creighton to complete his answer. Then you may ask additional questions. Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Yes, the example I just gave you was a DEI officer giving advice on a policy that would harm students.
That example is an example of is not an example of a DEI initiative. That example is an example of a student human being.
No, that's incorrect.
Okay.
It's a student that is transitioning, and the DEI officer for that public school district offered a policy and visited directly with a journalist that was reported where the policy for the school district is that a boy could room with girls on a school-sponsored event. And I can't imagine how you could continue to say that has nothing to do with DEI when it was a nearly $200,000 compensated DEI K through 12 administrator that was talking to the press about how to circumvent our laws so that boys could room with girls. I'm absolutely on point with your example.
And absolutely on point, that was a stupid individual. That was a not smart individual. If the supposed DEI initiatives are related to hiring off staff, training, or staff training, how would a parent even know? Would you just expect the school to self-report it? Do you understand my question? If the supposed DEI initiatives are related to hiring or staff training, how would the parent even know And would you expect the school to self-report it?
Yes, there are requirements in the legislation to establish conduct for compliance procedures with the teachers in the school and those that work for the school. There are requirements in the bill for the district to establish a policy under their employment requirements for how this legislation should be followed.
Okay. Last question. Senator Creighton, if a parent can file multiple grievances against teachers for alleged DEI practices, wouldn't this create yet another reason why we lose educators in the state of Texas?
I think those situations happen every day with or without this bill, Senator Miles. I think that parents need a reasonable grievance process to be heard. This bill even goes so far in the unreasonable category of making sure that at the beginning of a public school board meeting, parents can have a short comment period. We have just lost the realm of common sense with regard to our parents and our grandparents and guardians' experiences with public schools. So as we this session offer a liability protection fund for teachers that you voted against, we also provide a grievance process that's very reasonable for parents just to simply be able to access student health records or their curriculum for their student or psychiatric forms and evaluations. And if they don't get what they need on behalf of that student, of course they deserve an opportunity, as all of your constituents deserve an opportunity as well as mine, to be heard.
You know, in closing, Senator Creighton, this is the fourth time that you and I have gone back and forth at length with this whole issue of DEI. Senator, I don't know what this bill is trying to accomplish in K-12 education. What I do know is what it will accomplish, and that's to create an atmosphere where minorities and otherwise forced to conform. You're going to force these kids to conform. And if the achievement gaps for minority students widen, we can look back to this bill as a start. The state has demonized DEI, but I refuse to accept the narrative. Minority students have borne the brunt of this assault, but I hope with the help of this chamber, we can find a future where DEI has a new definition and applies it to all. Determined, educated, and intelligence. That's what DEI should be standing for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Miles.
Thank you, Senator Miles. Senator Campbell, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To ask a question of the author.
Do you yield, Senator Creighton?
Yes, I yield.
You're recognized, Senator Campbell.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Creighton. I feel like a lot of that last exchange was more just saying something from his heart rather than specific questions. But one thing that I wanted to ask specifically, or members, I believe there is enough teaching talent of all diversity, and when they're hired, it's based on merit, and merit insults no one. This bill, Senator Creighton, Chairman Creighton, SB 12, it prohibits DEI training for employees in public schools. I'd like to know the examples you've had of these trainings. You touched on it before. I know that we've got some ISDs that have had this, and that is not merit training. I think you had some for Bowie ISD or Bowie ISD, is that right? And Northside. But the point is, schools that have the training, SB 12, and it can really just be a yes-no answer, SB 12 prevents any teaching for employees in public schools of DEI.
That's correct.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
That's
Thank you for that, Senator Campbell. And you mentioned the Austin ISD example of Bowie High School, where their trainings including Coaliticans spirituality, humanities creation of the sacred springs of San Marcos. These are teacher trainings. Combating and how to be an ally among homophobia, celebrating diversity and inclusion in our classrooms, Privilege 101, and many other types of trainings tied to SEL and CTE, and culturally responsive approaches in music, and integrating bias checks into daily practice in a systemically racist nation.
And I would...
Yes, outside of reading, writing, and arithmetic, and science, and deductive reasoning, and solving problems, I don't feel like that Texas schools need to focus on that. I feel like providing instruction and training on curriculum, the best-in-class teaching methods, ways that other states and other districts are achieving incredible gains in student outcomes. I feel like that is the way that our resources need to be channeled and marshaled on behalf of all students working together, not separated into segregated subgroups, suspicious and skeptical and untrusting of others. So thank you for the question.
I agree 100%. Let's put our resources where we know there are student achievement gains. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, Senator Campbell.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions of the author of the bill?
Do you yield, Senator Creighton?
Of course, I yield.
You recognize Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Creighton, I heard in your bill layout that this was a bill about parents' rights. I think, did I get that correctly?
That's right, yes.
Then, most recently, I've been hearing lots of exchanges between you and some of our colleagues about diversity, equity, and inclusion, also known as DEI. I was just curious, are you aware of when the first DEI policy came about and which president did it and a reason why?
The history behind when it was in its origin?
Yes, DEI.
I know that they were definitely in existence up to 10 years, maybe longer ago. I know that about 80% of the DEI units ramped up after the George Floyd.
I think there was some increases in the activity, but the origins of DEI date as far back as first policies is 1948 with President Truman when we first desegregated our military, and he was requiring equal treatment opportunities for all the armed forces. And I mean, it seems like it's imperative that if you have people that are going to war for our country, that they are all treated equally. Would you not agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I guess the question that I have is, I'm trying to figure out who are we trying to save or who gets harmed? Because I know who gets harmed, but what are you trying to improve by banning DEI? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, Senator Menendez, the outcomes that we're seeing at the higher education level, in the corporate world, and certainly what we're seeing in these examples I'm given in K through 12 are not achieving more diverse outcomes. They're certainly not bringing all students together. We're seeing more division, and we're seeing more separate types of not only organizations and their their planning and strategies and outcomes, but we're not seeing alignment among student populations where the inclusive side of DEI is truly fostered. And I've got many examples of that. And the equity side of it is definitely, especially with hiring practices and these trainings, it doesn't seem like equality is being fostered. It seems like an equity lift for certain populations, either applicants applying for a job or student populations, to the detriment of others, is the goal and the sole purpose. And that ultimately is bringing division and resentment and the opposite consequences of all inclusive and all of us working together aligned for a common purpose.
Well, you know, you did mention division in your bill layout, and you've mentioned it again, and I have to agree that we should try to avoid anything that creates division and dissension for the sake of that in our educational settings. We're doing a lot of that in this state right now, but I think what I'm hearing you say is that resentment and division are occurring because, in your response, you said because DEI policies are only lifting up certain groups. Is that what I heard you say? Did I hear that correct?
That's correct. In my examples I gave in higher ed, certain minority populations, other vulnerable populations had been excluded from what was called a inclusive DEI effort. We have those examples at A&M, we have those examples at Texas Tech, and even on the UT campus, there were certainly incredibly hateful and divisive efforts to exclude Jewish students during the campus occupation from attending a rally designed to protest Senate Bill 17 being passed. So think about the irony of that when you want all to come together to stand in solidarity to say we should not get rid of DEI units, and then that very protest by all of those students, over 1,000 of them coming together, was also in concert to exclude a certain minority student population with the most vile rhetoric and signage and violence that you could imagine. That is not a one-off situation. We have many, many examples on different campuses of that happening.
You know, it's interesting you bring that up because that very type of example of, I guess you might call it scapegoating, marginalizing, alienating a certain group because of their faith, because they're different, that's a huge concern for me that I'm worried that we're doing a lot to promulgate.
Can I give you
please go right ahead.
One more example. On the Texas Tech DEI website in 2023, it was 99% weighted for one minority population with no mention of the Latino population except for one link. And when you clicked on that link, it explained when you went home for the holidays how to say Merry Christmas and several different holiday references in Spanish. It was completely exclusive at the Texas Tech DEI website, the main campus website, of any reference or help or inclusion or involvement of the Latino population whatsoever.
So, you know,
and I'm not picking on Texas Tech, because A&M, UT, University, every single major campus showed not just going backwards on minority faculty recruitment and hiring. They went from 3.1% to 1.7% in 10 years at the faculty level, but at the student level, it was a tremendous lag or negativity in outcomes. We don't think that $283,000 salaries at the K through 12 level for a DEI assistant superintendent is bringing or fostering any different types of positives, in that we would hope that bringing all types of students together, all races, no matter how much money your family has, what your background, or if you're in a wheelchair, including everyone in outcomes would be more positive.
Senator, with all due respect, you're mixing the assistant superintendent with Texas Tech, with all these other universities. I do appreciate the concern that you're bringing with a lack of diversity in the faculty level, a lack of diversity at the student level. I appreciate that. The website, whoever created the website obviously needed more training themselves. But the reality is this: how does getting rid of the conversation of diversity, equity, and inclusion, how does it improve what you're worried about? That's what I don't understand. Maybe not having the superintendent, but how does stopping not talking about diversity, equity, or inclusion, how does that make any improvements? I don't understand.
Well, we achieved incredible improvements over time without DEI units. DEI units in an eternity's second have existed, and we've been, sort of weighing their outcomes and their consequences and their positives for a decade now, by and large. And those outcomes and consequences are going in the wrong direction if they're showing any improvement at all other than division. But yes, I agree, or I propose that we are on the wrong track with them, and that to achieve true diversity in bringing students together, not separating them. And I'm not jumping around. We were talking about examples in higher ed, and then I took us back to the bill. Jumping around would not be going back to the policy, but going back to K through 12, I don't believe that just as we're seeing in corporate, just as we're seeing in higher ed, and that we're seeing also in these examples I'm giving today in K through 12 with this bill, any different types of positives that you and I both would hope to be finding.
So, years ago, I think one of the ways we started to achieve diversity in the student population is when some of the folks that were here before us passed the top 10% rule. You're familiar with that, right?
Of course.
And so that rule that at the time was top 10, now it's been diluted. It allowed for students who performed near the top of their class to achieve automatic admission to our, what were then called our two flagship institutions, UTA and A&M. It appears to me that programs like that, programs like the state and federal requirements to consider historically underutilized businesses, were there to help, whether it be students who were underrepresented or businesses that were underrepresented. Does your bill impact state and federal requirements to be considered for proposals for hubs? Because we have a history of wanting to help businesses, whether they be minority-owned, women-owned. At the end, recently we've added veteran-owned to the list. Does your bill impact them?
There shouldn't be any impact. And as well, along that same line, with any state or federal anti-discrimination laws or protections, the bill does not have any impact.
Okay, very good. You've brought up several times wanting for students to feel inclusive, feel not have a lack of division. What about parents who would be affirming, who would consent to activities, extracurricular services, and community? Does the bill assumes that parents are a monolith and they're clearly concerned about a certain audience of parents? Is there an exclusion of affirming parents exercising their right to support their child? Because I think the bill excludes or limits the ability of kids who might identify as members of the LGBTQ+. They can no longer associate. Is that clear? Is that the way the bill, what it says?
They can join the Churchill High School Republican or Democrat club. They can join a math club, or they can meet after school together if they want to go down the street to a Whataburger and get together. I mean, there's nothing in the bill that keeps them from getting together, sharing together, being together. But if we're not going to allow sexual orientation or gender identity to be taught in academic instruction, it would be hypocritical in the bill to allow a paid teacher to sponsor a group just for those purposes and to offer instruction possibly. It would just be inconsistent. So those two groups, if they're truly formed on that basis, would not be able to have that type of organization in a K through 12 public setting.
My last question, I have observed from SB 17, it's the DEI ban on our higher ed for those watching. There seems to be in some institutions, out of a fear of reprisal, an over-compliance. And I'm worried that there might be, the same might happen in K through 12, where people go overboard in order to feel like they have complied with the law, to prove they're complying, that they go overboard and possibly do the opposite of what you tell me that you want to do. They go to some lengths to not be as diverse in their faculty, and I'm concerned about that. Do you share those concerns?
I understand those concerns, but actually applications for faculty applying for jobs has not been harmed whatsoever since Senate Bill 17 has passed. And Senator Menendez, I mean, I know we think a lot of ourselves as senators on this floor, but we also understand that the Board of Regents makes decisions for that university campus, the chancellor, the presidents. When we say they overreached and went beyond the bill, it's almost like saying they don't have the opportunities to make the changes they see fit on campus. It's not overreach. It is that they are complying with Senate Bill 17, and they are also leading to make sure their campuses for the future are exactly how they should be.
When I say overreach, it seems like they are backing out of events and things they might normally participate in out of a fear that they will be seen as not complying with the law, but it may be going too far in the other direction. And I have to ask you, this bill is for all public schools in Texas?
That's right.
So if all public schools in Texas, this applies to charter schools as well?
That's right.
So there are no sections in the bill that it does not apply to? Because I was just making sure, because I know charter schools consider themselves public schools, and as do I, and so this applies to them as well.
It does.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you, Senator Menendez.
Senator West, for what purpose?
A couple of follow-up questions.
Okay, Senator Creighton, do you yield?
I absolutely yield.
All right, Senator Creighton.
Senator West, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, looking at your bill, Senate Bill 17, in that particular bill that was passed during the last legislative session, we put in place that prohibited influencing hiring or employment practice at the institution level, because we're talking about Senate Bill 17, with respect to race, sex, color, and ethnicity. When you use the word sex, I assume that it's synonymous with gender. Is that correct?
Yes, the biological sex of the applicant.
Okay, and then in this bill that we're debating right now, Senate Bill 12, on line 44 and 45, this section, the new section that you're putting in, prohibits prohibitions on diversity, equity, and inclusion. You say it means influencing hiring or employment practices with regards to race, sex, color, ethnicity, correct? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, and you also talk about promoting differential treatment of or providing special benefits to individuals on the basis of race, color, or gender, or ethnicity, or ethnicity. Why did you leave out sex? Let me go over that again. Looking at your bill, on line 47, You prohibit promoting differential treatment of or providing special benefits to individuals on the basis of race, color, or ethnicity, but you didn't put in sex. Why is that?
Well, Senator West, there are certain requirements in the law to make accommodations for expecting moms, or if they have certain health concerns that are specific to being a woman. There are protections in place that we wanted to respect in that regard.
Why didn't you just accept those out as you have done with disability? In other parts of the bill, you accepted out those things that are required by federal law.
Well, there's other parts of the bill, depending on the section, deal with different topics.
You accepted out those.
Yeah, there's not alignment in all those categories because those are different provisions depending on how those provisions work.
I understand exactly what you're talking about, but you're basically saying that you can promote differential treatment based on sex, right? That's what this says. But you cannot promote it based on race, color, or ethnicity. That's what it says. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, we're making the bill consistent with a person's biological sex and gender. And at the same time, if there are certain provisions, sections of the bill that would need to accommodate a woman for her health-related concerns, we're being consistent with those protections in law.
And I don't have any problems with that at all. But again, what you have done in other parts of this bill is you've accepted compliance with, you accepted out those compliances taken into consideration what you just said. But in this particular portion of the bill, you've accepted out race altogether, sex out altogether, saying that you can have differential treatment in total, not just based on those items where we need to obviously take into consideration of the sex of a woman. And I'm just trying to figure out why did you have a total?
Just as I mentioned before, depending on the certain provisions of the bill, we have certain accommodations for sex.
In developing or implementing policies and procedures, training activities or programs that reference race, color, ethnicity, gender identity, or sexual orientations, you left out sex on line 50 also. Why is that?
Same answer.
Compelling, requiring, inducing, or soliciting any person to provide a diversity, equity, inclusion statement, or giving preferential consideration to any person based on provisions of diversity, equity, inclusions statement. Now, does that include sex? Let me go back. Compelling, requiring, inducing, or soliciting any person to provide a diversity, equity, and inclusion statement, or giving preferential consideration to any person based on the provisions of diversity, equity, and inclusion statement. You say back on line 41, prohibitions on diversity, equity, and inclusion duties. You say that on line 44, that includes sex. So how does that apply what I just asked you on line 55 as it relates to sex? Does it?
You just referenced line 35?
No, line 55. Compelling, requiring, inducing, or soliciting any person to provide a diversity, equity.
Yeah, you're moving through the bill from hiring practices to special benefits to, in that last reference, a completely different reference to
It's one of the prohibitions. It's one of the prohibitions that you have. On line 41, prohibitions on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I assume that's in that section, and that's prohibited.
Correct, but under 1, 2, 3, and 4, under section 11005, under those prohibitions, those particular references of A1, A2, A3, and A4 deal with different targets within that DEI effort that's prohibited. So one is hiring practices, another is deferential treatment, another is developing certain training policies, and fourth is compelling, requiring, or soliciting a person to provide DEI statements. And there are different delineations within each of those different topics.
Okay, and so how does sex apply in that position, in that particular delineation?
Just as the bill states.
And how does the bill state it? Help me with the interpretation of the section.
You just read the bill to me. You're asking me how it states?
Well, I mean your intent. I'm trying to figure out what your intent is.
The intent is depicted within each of those A1, 2, 3, and 4.
I'm not talking about all of them. I'm just talking about 4.
It's intended to, which particular, you've referenced each of those provisions. Which one are you talking about?
4. I keep on saying 4.
So that has to do with compelling a diversity statement, giving preferential consideration to keywords any person.
And that includes a male or a female, right?
Any person.
Sir, let me ask you this. Would it be a fair statement to say, and I know we've gone on and we need to make sure we take breaks here, would it be a fair statement to say that this diversity, equity, and inclusion didn't really gain a bunch of momentum until after George Floyd's death? Would that be a fair statement? That's when it really came to the public's attention.
I think the ramp up of the creation of the DEI units, 80% of the creation of those happened after Mr. Floyd became deceased.
And now there's a movement to do away with all these different programs under the guise that these particular programs just drive a division within the country and specifically in the state of Texas. Is that correct?
Yes, I think the outcomes have been negative.
Okay, and you think, have you spoken with people from the Hispanic community? Do they think that the outcomes have been adverse and negative? Have you spoken with anyone from the African American community, the Asian community? Did any persons from those communities have input in your decision-making process to file and shepherd this particular bill?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, and they feel the same way you feel. I know you and I have had some discussions, but I don't feel the same way you
Central
feel.
West, you know that people that don't look like me and people that don't look like you obviously could fall into the category of believing in your.
Oh, I agree with everybody. Everybody has a right, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I agree with that. I'm just saying that you've spoken with persons from African Americans that feel as though we need to do away with diversity, equity, inclusion.
Yes, sir. We've had those witnesses actually in our hearings where you and I sat side by side and listened.
You've spoken to Hispanics that feel the same way.
I've met with Hispanic Chambers of Commerce. I've met with individual families. I've met with a delegation that lives in my district that are community leaders. Yes, I have.
And you also agree that we need to make certain that our laws in the state of Texas need to be of such force and effect that we do everything that if it occurs, if someone violates Senate Bill 17 or this particular Senate Bill 12, that there are in fact sanctions for that particular person if someone feels that they've been aggrieved by someone who's violated these laws. Is that correct?
I absolutely support all anti-discrimination laws that are on the books, and this bill complements those same laws.
All right, and I just want to make certain, because hopefully we'll have a debate about this within the next 2 or 3 weeks, that we've got to make certain that the sanctions that are on the books give people the ability, if they feel aggrieved by someone that has violated this particular law, or Senate Bill 17, that they're able to go to court and have their day in court in order to get a jury or a judge to make a determination as to whether or not their rights have been violated under the laws of the state of Texas. Do you agree with that?
I just mentioned that, absolutely.
Okay.
The bill completely supports that redress through the courts, but the whole purpose of this bill is to bring people together and give equal opportunity to all. I'm hoping that that is the outcome, but separate from this bill, state and federal anti-discrimination laws will exist with or without the passage of
Well,
it.
I mean, I'm talking about Texas laws right now, and I agree with you. And frankly, for the last 400 years, I've agreed with you. But race has always been a factor. Discrimination has always been present.
Of course.
So you can see my reluctance in terms of this particular, as Senator Miles has said, I don't question your heart, but you've got to understand that we've got to look at this from a historical perspective. And that's what we're looking at for. Let me say this, and I'm going to sit down, Mr. President. I see more diversity now on television than I've ever seen before in my life, in terms of commercials, in terms of programming, and things of that nature. And people from different ethnic groups being, in different roles, be they president, vice president. I've seen more diversity now than I've ever seen. And I see more push to do away with diversity. In bills like this, as you said, this is serving as a model for the country. But we're moving towards a more diverse country right now, and you can see it. Yet and still, we have bills like this that seems to be trying to push back on that, and I hear people always saying, I ain't going back, okay? And therein lies my trepidation, and I'm hoping that we can find a middle ground to make certain people that feel aggrieved can seek redress, meaningful redress in a court of law. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator West. A bill, its spirit and intent is equal opportunity for all, not separate, is consistent with Martin Luther King's teachings. It's not any way intended to take us back, but only forward. Now, you and I debate on the best way to achieve those outcomes, and I listen to you. I want you to know, and you know this, more than you may even think, but I don't believe this has taken us backwards. I believe that DEI, even though the words themselves are incredibly important, the actual consequences of the actions taken by this effort is not achieving unity, equal opportunity, and bringing us together.
You know, and I applaud you for what you're doing, okay? But this is just a part of it. People must have the ability to seek redress if they are aggrieved by someone that's using the color of their skin. You know, we talked about merit, and you and I had a brief conversation. What is merit? Is it objective? Is it objective determination or subjective determination? You understand exactly what I'm saying.
If heaven forbid, if you had to have a major surgery, Senator West, or I did, merit would be the best person in that operating room to handle that surgery.
And I agree with you. So is that objective or subjective?
There's always failures in the human being and in the subjective nature of their decisions. If you can help me draft that sentence to solve that problem, that's lightning in a bottle. I'll stand with you and we'll joint author it together.
Well, you know, I understand exactly what you're saying, but again, as some of my colleagues are saying, a determination of merit is subjective, not objective, and it's based on more than just looking at a person's LSAT scores or scores, scholastic record, or things like that. People taking into consideration other things. As an example, who am I exposed to on a regular basis? I won't go down that road right now because I know that we need to make certain we get a break for our staff.
And you've led in higher education on top 10%. I know I've carried bills to reduce those percentages of automatic admission to where we have a more holistic approach to how we review each of those students and their backgrounds and things beyond grades. And I absolutely share in the same sentiment that you're talking about. It's just how do we arrive there? And I'm thankful to be working with you as we continue to work towards those solutions.
I look forward to it. We've just got to make certain people have meaningful redress.
That's right.
If indeed they feel as though they've been discriminated against.
I'm committed to protect that with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator West. Members, Senator Creighton moves suspension of the regular order of business. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 20 ayes and 11 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays it on second reading. Committee Substitute Senate Bill 12. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 12 relating to parental rights in public education to certain public school requirements and prohibitions regarding instruction and diversity, equity, and inclusion duties.
Senator West, for what purpose?
Is the bill properly on the floor at this point? Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is the bill properly on the floor at this time?
I didn't understand.
Is the bill properly on the floor at this time?
Yes, the bill is properly before the body, Senator West.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. At this time, I would move a point of order on this particular bill, violate Section 35 of the Texas Constitution, two topics rule.
Would you bring your point of order forward, Senator West? Senator West, you're recognized.
Very much for the use of the hall. I'm going to pull this down at this point in time and save it for another day.
Okay. Thank you, Senator West. Member Senator West withdraws his point of order. Okay. Members, the bill has been laid out on second reading. Ready for a minute? The following amendment, Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment provides clarification on our frivolous proceedings provision. The amendment makes clear that school districts cannot require parents to pay attorney's fees in their local grievance process before a school board. Parents can only be liable for attorney's fees if they bring a frivolous suit before the extended TEA hearing examiners if their grievance should extend that far in the process. School districts are still free to dismiss frivolous local grievances. They just cannot require the parent to pay attorney's fees if the grievance is at a local level. This amendment is acceptable.
Members, Senator Creighton's moved adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, floor amendment number 1 is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 2 by Hughes.
Senator Hughes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment has to do with school health advisory councils. You'll recall those have existed for some time, and over the last few sessions, we've gone to great lengths to make sure that parents are involved in that process, and that's worked very well. However, some of the amendments we've passed have affected traditional public schools, but not charter schools. And so amendment number 2 would make those same procedures we have to protect parents and children apply to charter schools as well as traditional public schools. I believe it's acceptable to the author, and I move its adoption.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment is acceptable.
Member Senator Hughes moves adoption of the amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 3 by Hughes.
Senator Hughes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, amendment number 3 is of a piece to the amendment we just passed to make sure that those protections for school health advisory councils apply to our traditional public schools, charter schools, and districts of innovation. And I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
This amendment's acceptable. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, Senator Hughes moves adoption. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, floor amendment number 3 is adopted. Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Member Senator Creighton moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
There being
Campbell.
20 ayes and 11 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. Will hold there, Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Members, the following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move suspension of Senate Rule 5.14, the intent calendar rule, in order to move the intent calendar deadline to 6 p.m. today. Motion by Zaffarini.
Members, is there objection to the motion in writing by Dean Zaffarini? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Dean Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 5 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, Senate will stand in recess till 5 p.m.